popping. I got options, real stepper. Check the shoes, get it popping. Eating good, feeling good. Where my hopping done at? Put it on a plate with some lemonade. That's the way we did it in the old days. Back then, mama said, get up, walk on play. But you better not come home late. Yeah, street lights. We was young, racing. Street lights. Carefree was the best time. Fast forward days, dreaming about the next time. When it's gonna happen again, cause I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night, till the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? How you feel? Turn it up a notch, pop out clean room. Everyday celebration, take a trip vacation. You deserve a day, you deserve a day off. Working for too long, gotta kick back. Turn my cell phone off, wait till I get back. Ooh, yeah, I did that. Living my life with no regrets. So I titled, link up, pull up on me. We did chillin', at the spot. What time? Anytime. Link up, pull up on me. We the coolin', the chill spot. What time? Party time. I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night, till the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel?
Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me a trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the. I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the comeback.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, I nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She says she noticed a pattern. She say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered. But I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she love it. I hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection.
Is anyone in your team good at table tennis?
I can bet $10,000 on Gary against any of the Spanish players on ping pong.
How's Fallen been? You been enjoying having him in the team?
He's a good leader. He's a really good friend. It's really good to be around him. He make the vibe good. He seems like a guy that it's like the Fallen, the legend, but he's really cool guy. So it's really fun to have him in the team and be with him, like help him leading the guys. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. How's it going? Like, where do you guys think you are in the potential progress of this new team?
Yeah, we are 2 months together, so it's just a little bit of time that we are together. So I think we need to think in the long run. We are not here to don't want to just try to win one tournament. It's for sure it's our first goal, but we want to build a really good team. I think we are struggling a little bit with a lot of things to do, like different styles, different things that everyone thinks. For example, Yuri Casarato and Art, they are always thinking that he can react and really fast, and Fallen sometimes we need to freeze. So we're getting there. We need some more time.
Oh, this could be it. Cello for the game. Pressure on now. Great return from Fallen. Oh, and Cello, he's taking him here. We're gonna do the loser interview first. Fallen, how do you feel about that match against your former teammate Cello, who I feel will now be dumped from Furia?
Feeling very tired. Now I'm gonna have to kick him from the team, unfortunately.
They gotta let you win, man. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. We're not winning the server, and not winning the ping pong. What else can we do?
Yeah, but you've fought hard here today. There is going to be the table tennis of Pro League going on. Would you want to throw your hat in the ring against some of the best that Pro League have to offer?
I could give it a try, but I'm going to get destroyed. The guy I bet that can win this is our coach, Gary.
So you'd nominate him. If you had to nominate one person from Furia to take part in the table tennis tournament, it'd be Gary.
It's Gary. I have seen 2 professional tennis players in my life. One is Gary, second one is Fer. Both guys insane. No chance for anyone in the world.
Okay, so this is huge. This is huge. All right, I have heard the Movistar Riders guys. Some of them are not too bad. Would Gary be happy to take on one of their representatives?
I can bet $10,000 on Gary against any of the Spanish players on ping pong.
Okay, all right. You've heard it here first. It's the Fallen exclusive. All right, well, that's huge. That's huge news. Let's transition to Counter-Strike here, Fallen, because I think we've got you in a good place right now. Sure. Mate, the Counter-Strike, you're mixing the styles. You've got the Furious style, you've got the Fallen style. How's it going? How's the mixing pot going?
Yeah, it's going to take some time for us to really adjust, to really get it going naturally, which is important for us to feel comfortable in the server. But a lot of good discussions, a lot of good point of views, and I'm learning some stuff from them. and vice versa. So I think within time, there's a good chance we can have good progress.
Yeah, well, I think have you seen Wally? He's back on Twitter. You've seen Wally? He's been tweeting.
Yeah, I have seen him.
He's out here saying he reckons old boys, we can still go. So how many years are you going to push it? You're going to try and push it like the late 30s? How far are we going to go?
Yeah, right now I'm 32. I don't know. A couple more years, maybe 2 years, maybe.
But you're still smashing it sometimes, mate. I tune in. There's a fallen 30 on the AWP. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Still hitting the young guys, right? Yeah, it's been pretty fun, but for me, it's more about trying to find a sustainable life where I can focus on the gaming career, of course, which I love, but also within time, you have your family, you have other goals in life you want to achieve, and this life we live is awesome. It's one of the best lives I could have asked for, but at the same time, it does restrain you from doing some normal stuff. Like I'm marrying at the end of the year, and
Congratulations.
yeah, we're trying to change our lifestyle, and Leticia, my wife, we probably going to live together next year in order for me to accommodate both lives, at the same time. So it's a little bit tricky, but if I find enough balance, then I can stay for more. But I don't want to put any numbers there. I have done that in the past and it doesn't work.
I have to say, Blamer, this is looking like the happiest Astralis I've ever seen. And that's saying something. You guys have, as an organization, as a roster, have done some great things. But the last 2 years, I don't know, I haven't seen this sort of vibe, this sort of happiness. Now, what's the secret formula? Is it just the team squad together? Are the younger guys bringing in a breath of fresh life there? What are we talking about?
I definitely think that all the young guys are bringing some new energy, and I also think that we just have a more healthy environment as a team.
Yeah.
But we also try to prioritize spending time with each other and everything, maybe more than we did before. So I think that also helps, like going out for team dinners, team walks, and doing things together, and making sure that we go to the gym together and all that stuff. So just a lot of time spent together. I think you just automatically like people more.
I see the boys are getting bigger. They're starting to inflate, especially Device. Are you kind of behind that as well?
No, I would, maybe I'm helping a little bit because they see me go every day, but I would say a lot of them are training actually because they want to. I think actually especially Boss is trying to beef up a little bit. He says he wants to fill out his frame and everything, and I think he's honestly doing a good job so far. So
he's doing a great job on the server as well. I thought his performances at the last event were fantastic. Some people were saying career best. Can we expect more from that from Buzz? Are we just seeing an insight to what he's capable of?
Yeah, I think so. I think everyone has shown already that they have great peaks and that different players can take over different games, but I think we're working towards having a lineup where everyone can attribute more than maybe we had in the past lineups. But obviously you have some people that are you have a star orb and everything, so of course some people will look better than others, but sure. I think we're trying to make sure that everyone can have a great impact.
All right, final question for you at least. NIP, first game, you made very light work of them last time. It's a bit of a rivalry there, bit of Scandinavian pride on the line. Are you looking forward to the game? What are your initial thoughts on that team coming through?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the game. I don't think we're not going to make the mistake of thinking that just because we beat them last time that it's going to be the same. I think we're going to go into the same mindset as last time, that they can easily win the game and we can easily win the game. It's who's going to play the best. So yeah, it's going to be a good match, but definitely a hard matchup. I think they're a good team.
Don't take this the wrong way. I would say your career, looking back at it, since the heroic days, you haven't been in the tier 1 spotlight as much as you'd like to be, but you seem to be thriving and kind of taking the bull by the horns right now. Is there anything you've had to change of your individual kind of routines back home? You had to up the level? Or are you just kind of following the process set by Astralis? What have you done from a personal side?
Well, definitely I've learned a lot by being in the tier 2 scene for quite some time. There's a lot of gimmicks down there, and I was idealed by Bird from Sky. He's a very clever guy, so I haven't been far away from very good Counter-Strike, I'd say.
Yeah. I guess that the level is not as great as people think at this point, especially like you said as well. They have less time at events and more time to innovate as players and come up with new gimmicks and new approaches to the game. So I guess maybe it was a blessing for you to kind of reinvent yourself as a player and bring some new experience to the table.
No, I definitely think so. I stepping down from the tier 1. It brings a lot more time, as you said. I could really focus on myself and on my role, so I could perfect that to a higher level, so I can perform at tier 1, right?
How are you finding being in the spotlight? Being in Astralis, it can be a blessing and a curse. You've got a lot of fans come with it, but also haters as well. How are you finding the tier 1 spotlight?
I mean, it feels amazing. I don't really care about the haters. I think mostly I just get love from the Astralis fans, which I'm very happy about. Again, of course, there will also always be hate. Also, my old team at Sprout, even though it was tier 2, right? That's just how it is. So just more fans, which just makes it a better experience, right?
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, in terms of building a culture and a good vibe, I've just heard you guys cackling with laughter all the time. Who is the biggest jokester in the team, would you say?
Jokester?
Yeah.
I mean...
who's going to keep that vibe up? Is it you, the younger guys, or the old dogs?
I think it's Slimf, and then Device is also adding on some of that.
All right, fair enough.
It's both of those two. They like to do some good jokes, for sure.
You're a wiser lad than I've ever been, mate. You can speak 3 languages. You're playing on all different scenes. Now you're playing the Spanish scene again. Yeah. Which has been your favorite? the Romanian or the Spanish scenes?
To be honest, I think the Spanish one, because I like when I started my career, I started in Spanish team, so it's more comfortable for me.
So the language or just the people?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, both.
So you're happy to be back in a Spanish roster after? All right, so you're on Nexus. Like I'm looking at your profile, I'm like, man, are they speaking English for this one guy? And I dig a little bit deeper. I'm like, no, of course not. You know, this guy speaks. So were you born in Spain? Did you learn Spanish at a young age? What happened?
No, I moved to Spain when I was 14 years old, and I've been on Spain for like 8 years, and I learned the language.
Well, you make it sound simple, mate. I can barely speak English, so I think you've made it sound nice and easy there. Okay. What about the team, right? You're one of the newer additions. You and Just actually, right? So what's your feeling of the team at the moment? Coming into Pro League, is it good? Is it bad? What are your thoughts?
I think we're gonna do some good results because we are practicing very good lately, and yeah, we are confident and we are here to enjoy the tournament.
Is anyone in your team good at table tennis?
I think Alex is good. I don't know. I played yesterday with Just. He's not good.
Okay.
And yeah, Alex is the best here.
Apparently, you're the best table tennis player in the team. Is this true?
Mulder? No, not me. It's him.
Oh, really? So there's been a challenge thrown down. I was stirring the pot earlier. I was talking with Fallen, and I said, you know, maybe you can take on the Spanish guys in table tennis because they were playing. He reckons he's nominating Gary to be the representative of Furia. Now I don't know if Fallen's serious. He's throwing big figures around. He said $10,000. He's throwing. I don't know if he's being serious. He's throwing it. Would Movistar Riders? Would you be the representative to take Fallen on? Not Fallen, Gary on from Furia in table tennis.
I think.
Take it?
I think I can. Yeah.
Alex versus Gary, the headline fixture.
But I think it's better coach versus coach, right?
So look, mate. You get the final say, I guess. So what do you want? You send your coach out there?
Yeah, I think so. I think Galder can play against him.
So coach v coach.
Yeah, instead of me.
You're taking on Fury in the opening game. You know, you're going toe to toe with that. They're struggling a bit. How are you feeling about the matchup against Fury?
I'm feeling confident, to be honest, because I think that with the chance that they had, they are going to be even better in the future. But right now, they are just still making things like us. So it's a really good matchup because both teams are working from the bottom right now and just trying to create a system inside the game. So right now, I think it's a really fair match.
Yeah. Oh, I think looking at it, I think I have the same kind of opinion. This is like a really good chance for Fury are a bigger name, but for you guys to maybe take them down a peg. I think it's going to be fun seeing you and Art in the server because you're not as crazy as Art, but you love a good crazy move as well, pushing the smoke.
I'm not crazy as him because Calder don't let me.
What you got a leash on?
If he will let me just go around the map, I will be even crazier than Art.
Okay, so you're stopping him from being as crazy as Art. Oh, shit, here we come.
Don't speak about this thing with Mopos, please.
I'm trying to say like in against Fury. And what if you need to let crazy versus crazy, right? Should you let him off the leash against Art?
He has all the freedom that he wants.
Oh, is this true?
I don't know. Might be, but I don't feel that way.
Oh, do we not need to do a therapy session here? Okay, why do you get that impression?
Wait.
We got a mouthful of apple here.
I mean, I have freedom inside the game, but if I die a couple of times,
you see his eyes in the back of your head.
Don't give any more entry. I say, okay.
Yeah, we've all been there, though.
Stop,
How many is the limit? How many entries can you give up before you know you're fucked?
Maybe 2 or 3.
That's it. Come on now.
But it's because I'm giving 2 or 3, and the others are giving another one. So it's like too much chaos.
Who's the biggest culprit, though? Surely it's got to be you. You're always involved in the smokes and the fights. You love it, mate. I see you out there.
I like I'm going everywhere. Just
the chaos.
Yeah, I like that way just to play because I feel comfortable doing that, and I feel like I'm the kind of player that if you need anyone just to go in first or doing something, I can be that player because I don't really give a fuck about the things.
The stats.
Yeah. I mean, I care about it, but if I have to do it, I'm gonna do it. So
I think it's fair. A lot of people are gonna see you play for the first time and stuff. So can you tell us a little bit about how the team got together?
Actually, I was not even part of the team at first as a coach. Like they played like some online cups, and they kind of felt like, okay, it feels good to play together. So they created a team, and they needed a coach. So I basically just jumped in, and we've just been starting from here. Like the grind is hard, so yeah, we just keep going.
All right, now tell me like what's you feel is your strongest thing as a team, and what you would like to improve at the most.
Okay, so I think our strongest is probably like the individual performance, in my opinion. But I think we need to like be better at the communication. Also get the Polish guys to be better in English and stuff. So it's like easier for them to understand everything that's happening at every moment.
How is it for you? You know, obviously it's been a bit of a roller coaster trip. VP, how did you end up with these guys?
I don't know, just Oli asked me on this team if I want to try out with these guys, and I was like, okay, because I don't get like any offers. So I try with them. I also bring HS to our team, and HS bring Tenski to our team, and we have like mix Polish, Estonian, and Danish people. Because you are 4 Polish and 1 Estonian, you have to speak English, you know.
Yeah.
So only speak English for one person.
So tell me how. So the Polish CS scene, right? Okay, now there is 9. But there's like so many teams that are lingering around, you know, qualify for this, qualify for that. There seems to be so much talent. When are we seeing the Polish super team?
I have no idea. Like every good Polish team, they maybe play like only for 1 year. Then like some people go to EU team, you know, like for European team. So I don't know, like. So it's hard to say because maybe we never like get super team in Polish. 9 is close, of course, because they are winning some qualifiers, they're winning some matches. They are also playing tier 1 now.
Were you always an in-game leader? Like, did you always like to do that when you started playing in teams and stuff?
Actually, I used to be normal rifle, like the entry. But in my previous teams, we are struggling with roles. We actually didn't have this in-game leader who lead the way, who show us how to play and guide us. So I took this role. Maybe it's because I used to play football as well, so I have this mentality, and I think like I'm doing good. And also I think that my players are also happy with this, and yeah.
I talked to Veggie. He was happy. He was like, "Oh, this guy is good." I was surprised. So who knows? Who came up with the name Orcs?
It was actually inside joke because when we are playing some HLTV game, and after the game it was some comment that one of us looked like orc, and we were like just laughing on the team speaks like super loudly, and yeah, and that's the name of our team.
I saw it was like someone's a massive fan of Lord of the Rings or Warcraft or something like that. All right. Shout out HLTV one time. A lot of interesting things in there. How was it for you? You know, were you a little bit surprised to qualify so quickly? I mean, you guys weren't together for that long. How did that work?
Actually, I wasn't surprised at all. Our first week with this lineup, like even Veggie was talking. We were actually testing out a lot of players, like also Polish players, and it was like super good. Like we had really good results even without practice before. Like for example, when we were playing one map in the one day, I just took 1 hour on the server, just show how I wanna call, how I wanna see, how I see the game, and we played, and we were destroying tier 1 teams like every day. It never happened to us. Also, like Veggie was saying that he's playing like first time with such results with only 1 week. Like obviously it's we can call it honeymoon, etc. Recently we had bad results, but overall I think, in my opinion, we play really good CS. Like also on IM Katowice in this year we had like a really good run, I guess, with not good run with the results, but the rounds which we played, because I watched the demo after. I was actually happy, but not satisfied of the way how we end the round, for example. And now I feel much better with the firepower, with the experience, and we are so confident. This is the most important. And actually, I don't care. We play Vitality. We're gonna destroy.
Wow, I love the confidence, man. Is you feel like your strongest thing with your team is the individuals, or?
I mean, it's overall. I don't know. The only weak point is the communication, I'd say, because we are mixing now Polish with English. But actually, when we are talking less, then we are more focused on the game. So it's like it's not. I wouldn't call it as a weak point actually, but overall, like our individuals, team play, it's really good.
So Vitality is the #1 ranked team in the world. You telling me you guys have a chance?
Do we have a chance? Of course we have a chance. All we need to do is to play our game, and like I'm that serious. Like I know what this team is capable of, and I'm not joking.
We talked to a couple of your guys as well. We talked to SNX. We talked to Veggie. SNX, dude, I think he's thinking your guys are winning this tournament. Do you share this level of confidence?
Secretly, I think we're gonna win.
All right. I mean, you guys sound really confident. I was surprised a little bit because, first of all, how did you end up with these guys?
From the outside, it looks really weird, right? Like 4 Polish people and 1 Estonian. So I actually played like a couple mixed tournaments with Milky and Vegi, and it turns out they really liked playing with me. So they even were willing to take me instead of one more Polish guy and just talk English. So I feel good, like, because they seem to respect me a lot and they appreciate me for who I am. So that's how it happened.
All right, that's cool. I mean, you're a long ways away from your times in Optic, man. That was the last time, like, I mean, I remember those days because we used to work there. That team was also interesting, but that's a whole different story. So, Milky, tell me a little bit about how you're feeling coming into Pro League.
I share opinion of my team. Let's win this.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Oh no, man, they've done it! Absolutely robbed! Full-time steal!
Welcome, people of the internet. We are back for another season of ESL Pro League, mostly live from Malta.
Hello, I hear you. All right, well, James is having some issues. It's a good start to Pro League here, but I think we are ready to get into this season. It's always good, Pro League. You get a few more teams, you get some regional qualifiers, you get plenty of top-level Counter-Strike, and group stage is always a lot of fun because there are normally many upsets available. Look how lovely Malta is looking, nice and sunny. I hear you still, James. But do the people hear you? Or are you just a voice in my head? Nope, just a voice in my head. James will be back with us soon. For now, you can look at the lovely streets of Malta. Great place to be. I'm sure the players will be enjoying it too. I know a lot of the players enjoy Pro League for the casual nature of it. You get to see the city a little bit. You get to see a nice location and nice weather. But for a lot of teams, this is a big deal for them, especially at some of the lower ranked squads. A really good chance to make a name for yourself. I'm sure we will be seeing that throughout. There is a lot available to the teams here at this event. James, are you back?
That's the first time in all these years that I've just kicked my my headset console off immediately and just broken everything as soon as the broadcast goes live. Well, hello everybody, welcome. Live from the internet are myself and Hawker. I remember there was one time years ago in the studio where something crazy happened and I kicked a cable that disconnected everybody's headsets in the studio. But this time it was just my own one, thankfully. So there we go. It's quite a hot start to the broadcast then. I've bent a USB cable as well. There's just chaos happening down. Actually, that's not a good sign. But anyway, welcome to the broadcast. ESL Pro League is back live from Malta. Hawker and I will be live from internet. See if you can figure out what my background is on this occasion. I'll try and keep it changing as the days go on. Well then, Plenty of Counter-Strike to come. Many new faces, new teams, and new lineups as well. We're going to be starting with Group A here. So let's have a look at the bracket then and see how things will be shaping up at the beginning of the proceedings here. At the top, we've got Vitality versus Orcs. If you missed that interview earlier on, quite an interesting reason behind that name, and it's HLTV comments apparently. Astralis versus NIP. On that side of the bracket, Furia versus Bobby Star Riders, and Greyhound, the Aussie boys, versus Gamer Legion. Anything stand out to you here, Hawkman?
Yeah, I think you've got a couple of big organizations in Vitality, Astralis, NIP, Furia. I think there's a real chance that some of the other orgs can cause some surprises, especially Gamer Legion, who you see are very high ranked, maybe not historically a very known well organization. They've been great as of late, and honestly in Pro League groups, you oftentimes get a few upsets early on, so definitely something to keep an eye out here in this group stage.
We'll get into it later on, but I've got to say, those Orc boys are very, very confident from what we can see, which is fantastic. But again, that will be coming a little later on. We can go into the schedule and see what matches are coming in. We'll see that in a second. But again, we've got some interesting matches coming up. There we go. So on the A stream, that's not the A stream, that's the B stream. I'm being lied to. Producer Chris is trolling me immediately. All right, so Greyhound versus Gamer Legion is going to be our first match on the B stream. Then Vitality versus Orcs. Plenty to talk about. I'm trying to not to talk about the second game before we get there, but there's plenty to talk about in this first game as well. So that's what we're going to have on our broadcast. Of course, the A stream is live as well. They've got ping pong action over there and some other games I don't remember the name of, but we can see they've got Furia versus the Riders and Astralis versus Ninjas in pajamas. What do you think is the banger match of those two for the A stream?
I think it should be that Astralis Nip game, right? I think Furia, the thing is, I don't know where Furia are at, but you would probably expect them to beat Movistar Riders, but Astralis Nip maybe a little more up in the air, especially because Astralis lately have been looking really good actually. So I'd love to see if they can continue that sort of form, because it's been too long since Astralis have been up there making playoffs consistently. I'm glad to have them back.
Yeah, I just can't see a Device team failing too regularly. But anyway, that's the A stream. Over on stream B, let's have a look at the first match. We're going to have the Greyhound boys coming up versus Gamer Legion. This one's going to be quite an interesting one. I'm a firm supporter of the Greyhound lads, a team. I think there's a podcast from the region called Geographically Challenged, and I think that's quite fair as well for a number of reasons. Versus the new look Gamer Legion, who've lost some key players, but are still doing more than is maybe expected of them.
I think that's a great assessment of them. And on the Greyhound side, I think they are really going to use this tournament as a chance to finally get some more international wins back on board, because the last two events they played in, they haven't been able to win a single match. They lost against Furia and Imperial, the playing stage of Cologne. And then previously at Dallas, they lost against Cloud9 and Liquid. Although that Liquid game, they took Liquid to overtime on both maps. So they're definitely a team that have been competitive against the international opponents. They just don't seem to quite be able to get those wins over the line. However, in this group stage, there should be a couple of games they're favored in. Maybe not this one, but later down, I do expect them to get some wins here at Pro League.
Yeah, I certainly think that they're a team missing one key piece, which isn't roster. I'll get into that later. But over on the Gamer Legion side, they're a team who a lot of people feel like lost some key pieces. And now, based on how the expectations after they had those roster changes, people would argue that they've been overperforming versus the expectation. The question, I suppose, is where will this roster settle? Is this the level that we can expect them to continue playing at? Or can they go higher? Or do you expect them to kind of sink a little further, Hawker?
Yeah, it's a big question because the placements have been really solid, but the actual wins, I don't know if they're maybe as impressive as you would expect. They're able to beat the Mongols and Fnatic at Cologne. I think that Fnatic win is good, but obviously Fnatic have had big changes recently. And then at G8, they were able to get that win against Apex, but that was quite a scrappy game. And then they did end up losing to Heroics. So I think we really need to see exactly what level this team are at when they play some of those teams ranked around 10, around 15. I don't think we've seen that many of those matches for this new Gamer Legion lineup. And that is a decent question for me. I think they've had some pretty good draws, especially at Cologne, to nearly make playoffs. Now this is a format where you'll play a lot of the teams in your group. So I think this will be a much better, true understanding of where they are right now.
Yeah, this will be a fascinating matchup. And again, on the Greyhound side of things, I feel like if they had the resources to get a coach just to help them in those decisive moments, I feel like there's significant moments where it's like, supposed to do this, should have done that, and I feel like those moments are where they could take that extra step. So I hope that does happen for them at some point, but let's see what they can bring into this one. Look at the vetoes now and see where these teams will be playing. Oh, Anubis. Oh no, Anubis has been picked. Okay, first game of the day. Back in the room, Bardolph. Anubis, Ancient, and Inferno. This is a juicy lineup of maps. New man on deck in Anubis and Ancient, and then a classic to finish things off.
Yeah, and I think Inferno as that decider made a fair bit of sense. That's kind of a map that Greyhound have previously made their name on. Hasn't been as good for them recently, but previously they've shown they can be very good on that map, and the same is true for Gamer Legion. And I think the picks, the Anubis is a little interesting. I think it's tough to know sometimes what Greyhound's map pool is like, because they haven't actually been playing much regional competition, and they oftentimes go out of events early, so they really have not played much Anubis lately. So I think that's going to be a fun one. I hope they've been grinding on that. They can show us what they are capable of.
Yeah. Greyhound are a team who every so often have some very tough losses, some very close losses. But I think in those losses, there's plenty to learn from, to grow from. I think it's quite clear where there are multiple choices and maybe there was a stronger one to be made and so on. So I always expect them to get a little bit stronger every event. Now, they're a team who I think for this group haven't been considered so much, have been a bit of a write-off. It's down to them to prove those people wrong. We'll see if they can do that. They'll be starting on the CT side of Anubis. Can't wait till everybody can enjoy the new and improved water in CS2. Who knows when that's coming though. CSGO for now. The Julies will be out for the fearless leader of INS. A quick look-see and falling back. Not the only one with Julies though, as we see Liaz here as well. So Gamer Legion won't have any losses at the beginning. Aiko will be creeping with the P250 raid boss. Always good for a nasty poke at range. A lot of time for Gamer Legion here as well.
Yeah, they seem happy to play the clock on this occasion. Greyhound still in some forward positions though. Alistair so hungry for info. He'll spot those players into top mid, across to the right side. So looks like Gamer Legion are now starting to group up outside of B. Not much utility, but at least the one smoke and flash for them to work with. See if they can overrun this bomb site.
Have you got the taps then, Sicko? Because there are a lot of people coming your way. Liaz is here for help. Still 10 on the server. 35 seconds to go. Vault creating space and delivering that opening frag. Sicko will get traded immediately. We will have some issues here for Greyhound. I'm surely going to get planted soon with 25 seconds on the clock. 3 versus 4 in. Still having a look. There are so many players there, but the bomb's on rotation. Where's the bomb off to? There's 18 seconds. Back and forth it goes. Maybe trying to pull rotation as Alistair is still on the site itself. This is getting so awkward now for Gamer Legion. They may have thrown this one away. Have they got enough time? Vexai's on the bomb site, and Volt's desperately got to try and plant this with 4 HP. Oh god, that one was quite hairy and deep, but the job's not done just yet. Acort trying to hold things down. Again, Volt is so close to death here. Surely it's instant now, then that's going to be instant as well from INS. Finding a second after dropping Volt. That turned so awkward for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, great clutch from INS, but man, Gamer Legion, I think just lost track of the time there, lost track of how little time was remaining. Choosing to go back was such a big error. It allows Alistair to flank all the way around from mid, sneak his way back onto this pillar position. Because they cleared the site previously, they didn't really expect him to be in that spot, so he's able to get 2 kills. Greyhound able to turn it round. Credit to INS there. Still not easy to pull off that clutch, but the Dualies deliver. Game of Legion maybe just slightly hesitating there, getting a bit ahead of themselves. Greyhound will take it. Well recovered with that bomb plant, though. Obviously, we will get that force from Game of Legion. Still work to do for the CTs.
Early warning system. Greyhound delivering a nice grenade to A-Core. Tell them that nothing is for free in this game of Anubis. One of the maps which the casual community, if you will, took a significant liking to fairly early. Not an easy task to do. And again, those grenades will continue. Good use of time by the CT side. The Vexite's holding a smoke for the time being, and they will have some incendiaries as well. So there may be time pressure here for Game of Legion once they finally choose to strike. You can see them fishing for a 5-on-4, but Greyhound are not really giving it to them in the places where Game of Legion are looking. Dropping some grenades in towards that A-bomb site. Vexite still has an incendiary with 40 seconds on the clock, and there's no commitment here. Keels' position is going to be key. He has to find something. Vexite tries to hold down 2 angles there. That incendiary will certainly help, but Keels has found an angle onto Alistair, and it could be problems here for Greyhound after all. 25 seconds, bomb's been dropped though, as Inns tries to stay alive. He's trying to kill that clock, but he runs into the scouts of A-Core. 4-on-2 now for Game of Legion. The patience has paid off, and things are looking very good for them indeed.
By looking good. Sicko will try and stick around, but he needs something pretty quick here to give his team a chance. No kit currently. I think they've realized that might be too tricky, and they're not even ready for Isaac, who's pushed all the way through. This is that force back from Gamer Legion. And honestly, I feel like Greyhound maybe should have had the info there. They pushed out through B. Looked like they maybe should have been aware that an A split was most likely the option late in the round. It's just that one fight in mid that goes against Alistair that really puts the players on the site in a tricky position, getting crunched from 2 angles. Credit to Gamer Legion. This time they keep their cool in the late round. The force back works.
Alistair caught off guard by Keels' position. That made all the difference. Gamer Legion had to find something in that mid spot. That is exactly what happened. Utility usage for Greyhound wasn't enough. That'll put them on the back foot then on the CT side. It was looking promising after the pistol. Blink of an eye, things are looking dramatically different then. Gamer Legion not shy for these slower rounds. Again, a utility from the beginning with those grenades being answered there by Gamer Legion. Didn't connect, but letting them know they've got HEs as well. More to solve for Greyhound then than only utility will allow. But again, if you're gonna have an issue like that, best to have it as early as possible. Happens at a crucial time later, then that could be curtains. But early on, expensive lesson learned. Plenty of dangerous pistols in this round for Gamer Legion to deal with, but they caught nice map control.
Mac 10 will spot a few too many players, but the bomb is in position to quickly move back to A. And with those players moving up mid as well, Inns is completely isolated here. He will have to deliver massive damage. Kios finally falls. That's one side of the push dealt with, so the bomb will go down 5-on-3. Gamer Legion still in a pretty good position though. The weapon's so strong here. You can see the rifle starting to clean up, but it is back to a 2-on-2. Isaac moving in from mid, still hoping he can catch a player off guard. Greyhound have just taken a little bit of time now, and without that kit in play in this round, that could be costly for them. Smoke up. Alistair arriving on the flank. They might not expect him so late on, but Volt does look back. Now Sicko realizes too tricky to pull this one off. Decent damage. It was competitive. It's another Gamer Legion round.
Yeah, the frags will certainly help Greyhound keep the here, trying to be honest. Things getting out of hand too early. But indeed, it will be a stunted start for Greyhound on their CT side all the same. See how much they invest into this one. Or the expendable man of the MAC-10 there, swinging for the information. Multi-frag's important for Neelan in this situation. That deagle kill we saw as well, kind of reminiscent of the angles on the train where the guy with the rifle is forced to engage at a very tight angle. Makes it easier to find a kill with Desert Eagle there. Not enough on this occasion, of course. Molly towards the door. That'll force the CTs forward, maybe into the hands of Kios. Find a little space.
Does he still clear this right side? Get awkward now. Still a couple of players there.
What's Alistair? He's trying to be the bait there, trying to draw him into a trap. That'll isolate the fight. What's the USPs? Can they protect that gun? That's another question now. See Neelan moving forward. He needs to get an AK out of their hand. That's one way to do it. Promising start from Neelan. 5 kills in these early rounds. Again, not much to be invested here for Greyhound. This is a throwaway round. Few kills. 2 kills, I think, would be a good round for them in this scenario.
Yeah, really damage is all you can hope for here, especially with those kills coming in from Neelan. Neelan has been a pretty... Oh, wow. That dink nearly gets him. He's lucky to sneak by there. Yeah, Neelan in general has been a pretty poor fragging IGL. But recently at Gamers 8, he did have that really good series against Apex, where he was, I think, maybe even top of the team. So, maybe capable of turning his individual form around. I do like the start we're getting from Gamer Legion. They do look very controlled into the mid and late round. At the same time, though, Greyhound have been throwing in some CT aggression at the right times in the mid to late round. I hope they continue with that because they might get the information they need to be able to rotate and stack the right sites. Now that we get into the gun rounds, we'll get to see if that does continue on the Greyhound side. Warp out for Alistair at the cost of Kevlar. They definitely want to focus on into this one. Looks like Gamer Legion will again spread out into that default. Happy to run the clock down as they have been in these previous rounds.
Alistair, so I'm being a real brat today. I muted my mic for the broadcast because I was coughing and didn't unmute it. Anyway, I think the aim punch maybe sent Alistair's crosshair into the wall there. It'll be interesting. We can see that later on. Very costly early loss here for Greyhound. 5-1-4 for Gamer Legion, and Vault has yet more information. So this is looking like quite a pricey start to Anubis for Greyhound. Wonder how much is left for the remainder of the squad currently on that B-bomb site. That flash will tell them at distance that they've lost all position. I'm not sure if there's anything left for them to go for in this round. Try to hold position, but Isaac might have something to say about that as well. Gamer Legion firmly in control at the beginning of Anubis.
Isaac will move in, and Sicko will deny. So saving 3 guns would be ideal for Greyhound. Try and keep that economy up for the next round. Pretty interesting maneuvers there, back and forth. After Volt gets the kill, he falls back because he's low on health. And I think part of the reason Inns goes for that further aggression is because he figures, okay, well, the AWPer landed a leg shot onto Volt. So Volt will probably back up. Maybe I can take this space back. But then Volt was actually even ahead of that. He clearly read that Inns was going to go aggressive. Just got to a position that wasn't going to be cleared. So really smart play from Volt there. Good start to the game from him. And Gamer Legion will continue to stack that cash with another convincing round win.
Yeah, we haven't seen the strength we're looking for from Greyhound just yet, and maybe feeling that as well. They'll go for a timeout. This is their pick, and so far it has been somewhat lacking. Gamer Legion happy to dictate the pace. We'll see if Greyhound can find a way to turn things around. I am actually, if they are to be victorious, I don't think I've asked the guys before how they deal with the jet lag coming from Australia to Europe and so on. When I went to Australia, I didn't really have, I didn't feel like I had jet lag. I went a few days early, and if I was tired, I had a nap, and apart from that, I was kind of good to go. But coming this way, I'm very curious to see how they deal with the back and forth. They're going to keep their money together, so they'll have a full buy in the next round. It will be pistols for the players we lost. Nico having an early look with his AWP. The granddad of the team at 26 years old. The rest are about 21 average. Yeah, not too shy on the time, Gamer Legion. Very, what nice flick there, and both will remain on around 20 HP.
Like that utility Gamer Legion used, try and set up A-core on those different angles. Just didn't work for the kill, and now with Vexite getting a frag of his own, Greyhound might have their best chance yet at a round win in a while.
So much talent on this Greyhound squad. But as they start to come to strength, Liaz has been a key piece for quite a while. Again, a cold start for Greyhound at the moment. Gamer Legion happy to play at the slow round. Give Greyhound an opportunity to make their plays and so on. This is a 5-on-4 though for Greyhound. This is where those pistols can start to cause some chaos, draw the crosshairs away, allow the rifles to do the work. Sicko getting tagged earlier could be a problem though. We'll see how that one goes. But Neil is creeping in dry. He's looking the wrong way though. There's a spam from Alistair, and it gets even worse. Only Bolt remains 1 versus 5. There are no kills in this round. An instant trade towards the end, and that's worked out very well for Greyhound. Very well indeed.
It looked like Sicko just had a lineup through the smoke there and got 2 kills on the spray. Or maybe there was a gap. Either way, on the kill feed, it said both were through the smoke. That made such a difference because you're not meant to have a crossfire there. That's that first kill from Vexite. Alistair sneaky in the corner. It is just a good angle from Sicko. Double spray down through the smoke. Beautifully done. Something for Greyhound to get excited about.
I guess they just thought Greyhound wouldn't be in that corner without holding a deeper angle, so they didn't check it properly. That's given Greyhound an unexpected round, but there's a complete change of pace here from Gamer Legion. We've got stereo frags on the B-bomb site, which will mark the end of the round immediately. Greyhound have lost all position. This time on the opposite side of the map, 3 remaining with nothing left to do. Instant response from Gamer Legion, an angry Gamer Legion, storming straight into the B-bomb site.
I actually love the timing of that call. I mean, firstly, because as you said, it has been slow rounds up until this point. But secondly, because you do kind of know that Greyhound are going to spend a bit of time celebrating that previous round. And maybe for the first 5 or 10 seconds, they're just not as ready as they maybe should be. Gamer Legion pounce on that. They move so quickly into the B site. Fantastic time for Neelan to call that switch in pace. You see Greyhound get caught massively off guard by that. So it's a 5-2 lead for Gamer Legion. Greyhound don't have to be too terrified yet, because you even heard pro players say recently, it was Nuts in that interview that said he actually thinks Anubis is broken because it is T-sided. So you do expect the T side to come out with more rounds on this map. It is still a really solid start here from Gamer Legion.
Oh, that could be an early opening for Gamer Legion. Indeed, it will be. There are reinforcements here, though. Hasn't been hurt. He's creeping in. Just the one. That's not going to be enough for Greyhound. 3-on-4 very quickly, escalating all too fast for Greyhound is round number 8. Gamer Legion with massive map control now. Greyhound will have to take some gambles.
Loving this fast play. Sneak into A, and Kios is the man to get the kill. Alistair stuck between a couple of angles there. Even if he landed a shot, he would have been taken down on the flank. So well coordinated from Gamer Legion. And I'm loving that these faster plays are coming with some really solid utility. It's not always easy to do that right at the start of the round. They had those mollies into mid. They made sure that Greyhound's positions were limited in that position. It's not just fast plays relying on pure aim and skill. It's definitely the utility behind it as well. Gamer Legion looking really good early here on Anubis. Not a map you see them play all that often, but it's one that's working out for them at the start of this match.
Yeah, this is looking like a rout at the moment. Greyhound need to find a way to turn things around quickly to have some kind of answer to Gamer Legion. Been very difficult to do in what we've seen so far. Haven't really had any control in any of these rounds. But they've got a good buy in round 9. And an opportunity to turn things around. Maybe it's a question of getting Alistair in the right place at the beginning of the right round. Or shy to go for aggression again in that mid position. Will Gamer Legion dictate the pace, change the pace to a slow one once again? Because if so, it makes it hard to get aggressive, but Vexite will find a way to do that anyway. They call with that position. They give some intel as to where the rest of Gamer Legion are. A promising 5-1-4 for Greyhound. This is the kind of start they've been looking for all half.
Yeah, really nice for Vexite to get involved in the early round as well. He's one of their most talented players, and he's also the player that takes the most opening duels on this team. So if he can get them off to those good starts in these rounds, maybe that can help change things for them. I love that they go for that mid-aggression again, even though it just got punished in the previous round. It's maybe something that Gamer Legion weren't expecting. Now Gamer Legion group up in the mid-round, but Alistair in position, and again, he can't get the kill on that angle.
Bolt is looking nasty with that AK-47. The numbers game is here to trade, but the bomb's on the floor in the 3-on-3. That will buy time for rotation for Greyhound. Fuel the Gamer Legion here, and Inz is doing his very best. Manages to stay alive as well. Takes a passive spot, bombs drop to the floor. CTs are getting into ever stronger position. Sicko coming in from the back as well. 25 seconds. Is there a place to plant this bomb? Sicko desperately moving forward. Haven't committed to it just yet. Trying to bait a peek. Inz has been dropped. That's a big frag. Indeed. Sicko coming through now. Now it's down to that 1v1. Liaz versus Neelan. 10 seconds remaining. He's got to commit to this bomb plant. That'll give Liaz such a strong position. Instant headshot. And finally, a third round for Greyhound.
Yeah, nicely done from Liaz there in the 1v1. Knew he had a big advantage. Hearing that player plant on the site could move into a difficult position to clear. And Liaz has maybe not been his best self when he's been on this Greyhound team. But I think we've seen in the past, depending on from what era of Counter-Strike you come from, whether it's Renegades or 100 Thieves or Extremum, Liaz can be so good in those late round positions at reading where to go, where to position himself. I think sometimes on Greyhound, he doesn't get into those positions because the earlier part of the round goes wrong. This time when he is needed after Volt does so much work early in the round, he does deliver in this one-on-one. It's an immediate headshot to make sure Greyhound get their third round. There we go. Timeout needed from Gamer Legion. Greyhound showing us that they will not go down without a fight in this one. And Gamer Legion, something to think about now.
Starting to come to life, our Greyhound. I've got to say, though, that peek from Volt onto Alistair was so nasty. Volt's leading on the kill feed at the moment. 10-3. Entries like that, he will be a hard man to stop. 3 rounds to the good. Our Gamer Legion. Again, Greyhound with that aggression. Possibly hurt on this occasion. Isaac's in a good spot to understand what the CTs are up to. While they get aggressive towards B, Gamer Legion will Look to make inroads towards an A bomb site, and again it's Bolt who is lurking, trying to find an entry, but that is a fantastic grenade.
He's taken a couple of nades already in this map. Not fun for the sniper. He is still going to lead the way forward. Smoke should deny any chance for the opening pick they were hoping for. And elsewhere, Greyhound have just gone aggressive out through B. Good timing on this because the bomb is here right now with Isaac. He's got to be very careful that he doesn't go down here. The timing on the fight is good from him, though. He deals with Sicko, so the aggression from Greyhound won't pay off this time.
Nealon goes beyond the incendiary, and Liaz could be in some trouble. He may think he's done more damage than he actually has with that headshot through the wall. 2 CTs per site then. This is great for Gamer Legion. They're in a 5-on-2 situation. Vexite's going to head over towards the B bomb site, but can he get there in time? Alistair will spot 2 targets, including the bomb carrier. That's some very crucial information. And now In's on the move as well. 25 seconds, and Alistair will get 5 bombs another end. Once again, now goes the bomb, and most of Gamer Legion are falling as well. Acor 1 versus 3, 15 seconds. Liaz trying to break the shot, and Inz is here for the instant trade. 2 survive for Greyhound, but they're closing the gap.
Yeah, that's real solid work from Liaz. That double spray down at that back corner of the site makes a big difference. And again, Gamer Legion seem to be struggling to deal with that one position. Great that Alistair had that incendiary timing so he could focus the one angle. That same spot again proves how powerful it can be for the CTs. You can just tuck into that corner, forces the opponents to swing wide into the site. Rotate arrives. Greyhound stepping up now as Volt spots those players early, just gets across before he gets shot.
That's a very fast peek from Greyhound, and quite scary. You're in that Gamer Legion position. That's good info for them as well. They're unscathed. That presence could be abused by the T side. Minute 30 on the clock. We feel like an eon. Still alive for now. Girls going through the smoke. I've got the right source on the top. So many coming his way. Running low on the bullets, but still delivering. Vexite has overperformed there with 3 kills. Outrageous, getting split and delivering the goods. Surely Greyhound can finish this one off. Nealon and Acor, 2 versus 3. Great hold by Vexite. Alistair's here to make things even worse for Gamer Legion now. Perhaps it's a question of damage for Nealon. Let's see if he can clutch. Liaz on the way, making plenty of sound. Nealon gets his first 1v1, but Alistair's there to trade with the AK. Greyhound now coming to life in this first half, moving to 5 rounds. Again, heavy losses, standing alive with 2 at the end. The gap is closed to 1.
This is a very impressive reply here from Greyhound with how many recent rounds they've won. Because Gamer Legion had built up really good money earlier in this half with some pretty convincing round wins. Finally, Greyhound might have a slight buffer in their economy, but they've been having to grind out these rounds consistently. That's now 3 in a row for them. And Vexite, again, just showing that his raw aim is probably the best on this Greyhound team. He is a very capable rifler. Saw that again there. Gotta be careful. Vexite continues that aggressive stance towards mid. He's ready for this boost, though. Acor looking for the angle, but Vexite in the corner. Just adjust, but Acor able to trade.
Most for Multi again. Now, where is that bomb headed? Volt is creeping around the A-bomb site once more. Inns will be waiting for him. That's where the bomb is rotating also. Alistair's got the information. Where's the rotation? He's got the rifle support here, which leaves Liaz alone, keeping an eye towards the water. He'll show some presence of a grenade and start to rotate with that at the same time. Is he going to get there in time, though? We see Isaac is lurking. There's over a minute on the clock here, so if Isaac finds something, there's still an opportunity for that bomb to start rotating. Let's keep an eye on the radar. If they will pursue. In's trying to stay alive now. He's got help on the way as well. Can't catch Volt, though. That pre-fly not working for him. There's Nealon with Liaz. A difficult job to do, only good for 1. That leaves Alistair with a very tough task, and not much position either. Heading towards the napalm site. Again, every round is that Greyhound of 1 has come with many losses, at least 3 in most of them, if not all of them. So if they lose this round, the team is broke for the most part. Maybe this one's too much to ask in the 1v3.
And that's another round where Isaac does a real solid job at playing away from the rest of the pack and just keeping onto that map control, getting into positions where he doesn't get cleared out, doesn't lose that entire other side of the map. For Greyhound, Sicko keeps getting it sent in as that player trying to push. He doesn't have any backup, so as soon as he loses that fight, you lose that information on the other side of the map. I think that is Isaac's big strength as a player. Is I think in a lot of aspects he seems pretty solid, but his positioning and his read on what's going on the map always seems to be pretty good on this Gamer Legion team. Seen that in the last couple of rounds. Now for Greyhound, that money is awkward. As you said, they'll buy what they can, but it's not the best buy you've ever seen. There's even a P250 in the hands of Vexite for this round.
Getting the aggression from Greyhound, but not quite what they were looking for. That's a disaster for them. Neelan eating a flashbang and still delivering not 1 but 2 kills. That is going to break Greyhound in half in this 13th round. Again, they can't really afford to lose rounds like this at this point. May force Alistair forward to try and find something for the squad, and it's Volt again. He just can't get a fatal connection on him often. 13 for 5 is Volt, still standing in this one as the Greyhound forces start to fall yet further. Alistair and Inns now. Inns only on at Deagle versus the 4 of Gamer Legion. Tried to make something happen early. Too many targets, not enough frags.
Bomb's still back here. Okay, Inns spots the bomb and then looks away at just the wrong time. That's a real shame. Alistair still with a chance to do something. Drop down, but Acor deals with him. So no drama for Gamer Legion, even with that bomb being left behind. They take their 8th round. This might be a really good end to the half now. Greyhound forced into the eco. This could easily end up being 9 or 10 T rounds for Gamer Legion. That's that early spray from Neelan that just made all the difference.
Alistair just trying to escape there. Difficult half for Greyhound. However, they've got enough rounds for a fighting chance moving forward into the second. One more round to come before that, of course. Wow. Bolt gets deleted with the USBs, no less. Target practice for Gamer Legion, although took it out of hand with 4 players alive. Greyhound side. Oh. This is not looking good for Neelan.
It's a crazy wallbang. Oh, Isaac again, though. Look at this man. No way they clear this. Double spray, but traded. That's another AK. Maybe recovered here. And Liaz has got another kill. Back to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, maybe asking too much of the MAC-10, expecting no Kevlar, but still, that's quite the range. Acor has got a nice angle to deliver the goods here. Sicko, it seems, fancies the AK-47 over the 1v2 with no kit and no Kevlar. So he will disengage, and hey, that could make the difference in the next round. We'll see if Greyhound can make it to 6, but Gamer Legion will certainly make it to 9. I think they'll be very happy with how this half has gone thus far. Maybe feeling like they should have more rounds. I think they did lose, I think it was at least 1 eco round. So certainly they'll feel like they should come out of this half with at least 10, maybe 11 rounds.
Good for them to do just that. It's one of the first times they've actually been able to catch Volt out on that A side of the map. Previously, I think it was 3 times Alistair has landed that AWP shot. Not got the kill outright. It nearly led to some chance into the round, but without the utility, Acor's AWP able to just hold the line. Last round of the half, Greyhound start with 3 towards B. That flash onto Acor gives away that the AWP is there. Up the smoke down, so Volt can't move up from the other side. Should be aware that this AWP is in position on B long, so no need to give away that fight unnecessarily.
Lovely flick from Acor. Alistair with the M4 is creeping. Goes for that pick, surely he's in trouble. Oh, the elbow's been seen now, but the white swing from Alistair will be plenty. Isaac's here to trade, though. keep things in their favor. He'll do even better than that first kill, leaving ins in a 1 versus 4. A half full of misery for Greyhound will soon come to a close. Likely 5 rounds on the board, indeed it will be. That'll be a relief that they can focus on the next one, but first it'll be a break. We'll see if they can improve in the second half.
Let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. Hey, please don't play no games with me. I promise I'm too much. Hey, I can never let up even if you had enough. Hey, this ain't for the faint of heart. We always playing rough. I had enough. It ain't luck. I needed a vision. I needed ambition. I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance. They coming off track. No. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk. I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans. You don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime. You don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play. Moving fast, already gone. Yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cz it can get dangerous. 'Cz it can get dangerous.
When I'm walking through the streets, so clearly I can see a vision right in front of me, but it seems so far to reach. Now it's standing right in front of me. Feels like something I should need. Now I know where I'm meant to be. Might change my number, switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion.
Second half is upon us. Happy faces on the Greyhound side. Again, it was a very difficult half for them, but they got rounds on the board, and that is ultimately what matters when you get to the end of the line. The new line begins, though, in this second half. We'll see if they can improve on their score versus a Gamer Legion who were, for the most part, in control, dictated the pace, went from slow to very fast when they felt like it, and took what they wanted in many of these rounds.
Yeah, Gamer Legion looking quite comfortable in this one. Greyhound were putting a little together towards the end there, but let's see if them getting to dictate the pace will help them out on that T side. Definitely felt as though Gamer Legion were just able to initially play in the late round, then switch it up with some faster plays. So perhaps Greyhound getting to choose how the game goes themselves will help them slightly. Ubis, of course, is that T-sided map that we have in the pool, the only one that we really have right now. So that is something to remember heading into this one. It is not completely over for Greyhound, but a pistol round would go a long way to helping them find some success. They'll get a good bit of utility. No P250 though, just happy to stick with the 5 Glocks. Gamer Legion will have that one pair of dualies that have become oh so common in the pistol rounds. It might get some action early here as Greyhound are moving towards A right now.
Playing a dangerous game is Kios. Especially when no one's got a helmet. Very well timed though, lots of spam. He avoided, Vexite first in with the bomb, that's the bomb lost. No space created. They are just on the floor right in front of that smoke, both of them, Vexite and Liaz. And this is a disastrous start to a pistol round for Greyhound. That bomb is in enemy territory. 5-on-3, and oh, it just gets even worse, man. This is as rough as sandpaper for Greyhound. What remains of them in versus the world. That takes Geographically Challenged to a new level once the bomb is lost and there are no frags. That's a fantastic start to the CT side for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, you'd have thought they would understand that, you know, Geographically Challenged out of the game. Maybe don't make that mistake in-game as well, but that bomb goes so far. It flew so far towards Gamer Legion as well. It just made it impossible for Greyhound to do anything there. You have to have the protocols for when that smoke goes down. Are you just going to push through altogether? Are you going to wait it out? It looked like the first two players jumped through. The other two didn't follow. A little too easy for Gamer Legion to clean up those kills. Now it is a full Glock round for Greyhound. Very even kill distribution for Gamer Legion as well, which is great to see. Volt just slightly ahead of the rest of the pack. It's also a really good sign because I think Volt is meant to be one of the star players on this squad. He was maybe a little weaker than you would hope in terms of the numbers he put up at Cologne. So if he can start to step up, maybe Gamer Legion can hit a whole different level. I like that lurk smoke from A-Corp.
Dirty gimmicks. Cheeky. Yeah, I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd go for it. I'm like, everyone knows that, but, you know, you still got to deal with it. I love the brazenness, the lack of respect. It's simply rude. That's what you want to see. Why is Inds not showing a pistol on the HUD? Does he have a pistol?
He's dropped it.
He didn't have a pistol. Where did his pistol go?
That is wild.
Let's just turn it into nightmare mode, shall we? I'm so curious as to what just happened in that round. What became of his pistol?
It's a really good question. I'm just trying to like rack my brain. What possible reason could there be? Because like you're not running out of ammo with the Glock ever. Like that can't have been it. Yeah,
I wonder if the fists will. No. I was thinking, I wonder if the fists will make an appearance in CS2. The danger zone fists.
Yeah.
But why would you fist when you have a knife?
Yeah. That would be ultimate BM though, if you could just turn your get rid of your knife and just punch for like 1 damage. Great. Oh, we do have that full buy for Greyhound. They need this round, and they're going to group up outside B early. Looks like they have a play in mind. Sneak might work for Vexite. He cracks the bomb site open.
Oh, that flash makes things slightly awkward, but Liaz through the smoke does what is needed to be done. 4-on-3 then. Gamer Legion not giving anything as that bomb is planted, so I don't imagine they will pursue this round. Greyhound enjoying the luxuries of the AK-47s now, having confidence with those entries. Quick run for them. Successful rounds. And again, once those frags come through and you've lost position, CT hands are basically tied.
I think that's another great example of how key Vexite is to this team. I said it earlier, he attempts the most entries on this Greyhound squad. And on T side, he still wins 48% of his opening duels, which is really solid, honestly, because if you're getting that man advantage 48% of the time, it's going to help tremendously. And some of those rounds where he doesn't get the opening, I'm sure he gets traded. So a good example of the value Vexite can provide to this squad. This time he had a player in front of him, but he just holds the angle. Good play from Liaz, realizing he can pounce through that smoke onto Neelan. Well coordinated, a quick round for Greyhound. Love to have a couple more of those to really get back into this game.
Big round for Greyhound now. Alistair's seen one stuck in the corner. Oh, surely they had to stop him from escaping that situation. He's gone back to say hello again. Vexite's here as well. This is going to be a fast-paced round. Izak finally drops, but the bomb's gone through the smoke once more. They've got to continue behind it. Neelan and Keels delivering the goods. Oh boy, it's going to be rough for Greyhound. Alistair doesn't last very long. He was in the red. Now he's gone. In 1 versus 3, all of a sudden, they had so many players there. But what have they got to show for it after all of that? Griefed by the player who was stuck behind the pillar. But there's almost nothing that they have at the end of the round. That turned out really wrong. How many people they had in position, Greyhound? They got melted again.
I think it's just all that early info, and Isaac just surviving so long means the rifles are ready. I mean, Acor even rotating in at the end there. Isaac, he has this weird habit. I think his movement is just like a bit jerky sometimes, and it means he seems to survive for so long. I don't know if we really always understand it. I don't know how he survived so long there, but fair play to Isaac. Now Greyhound, slight limitations in their buy, and Acor established on the angle early. He'll take that kill. Volt will stick in position to hold on to this map control.
Can't believe he was stuck in the corner and came back to look again. Volt now having the best time around an A bomb site on the CT side. That presence is really important for Greyhound. With the time on the clock, they still have options on the map. So that kill gives them some more space and stretches Gamer Legion out with the 4 that they have remaining. Acor with 3 HP will likely be in a more passive position than he otherwise might be. So there's some promise in this round for Greyhound, but they can't have a repeat of the last one where they just got deleted going into the B bomb site.
Round aggression can be so important as a CT on this map. You have to take some risks on this CT side, and Kios delivers at just the right time. He hears the flash coming, plays ahead of it, but Acor was so low that he gets tagged down. And it's this position that cost Gamer Legion a couple of times that could work for them here, because Neelan sneaking into the site takes down 2, and Inz is so far away. This should just be a stick from Neelan. Straight on the bomb. The sneaky position pays off for Gamer Legion.
Stress. I think there's one way to describe this game of Anubis for Greyhound, and that is stress. Great lineup, great timing, great hidden presence from Neelan. Appears at the right time to devastating effect. Have a look at this. Second player with the grenade in his hand. Nothing to be done there. He was purely a passenger on that journey. Gamer Legion have felt like they're in a driving seat from the beginning of this game of Anubis. Just 2 rounds away from taking the pick of Greyhound.
I didn't quite catch it, but I think that was maybe only the second timeout taken by Greyhound. Maybe that lack of coach, again, being a bit of an issue there. Sometimes you just want to stop your opponent's momentum more than anything. Gamer Legion have had plenty of that on this map. Greyhound's map pick not going well for them. We were saying earlier, it's not a map that Greyhound play that often, but I think they're attempting it as a punish here, because Gamer Legion have basically never played Anubis. Well, clearly, if that punish was the idea, it has not paid off on this map. Gamer Legion have looked so solid. Acor again establishes himself on a proactive angle early. They need to use utility to deny him here. Tight angle, but he can hit these shots, and he does exactly that.
Greyhound continue to pursue. Vexite drops, and again, that bomb has been lost in a crucial position, completely exposed once more. That bomb's on the front page of TMZ. Alistair, 1v5, nothing to show on this occasion. Greyhound leave that round empty-handed, and might leave this map empty-handed as well, as Gamer Legion find themselves on map points.
Talk about a good kill distribution for a team to have. Gamer Legion are all so close together. Part thanks to these couple of kills from Acor, catching up with the rest of the squad. Too easy for him as he locks down mid. Bolt continues his fine form. And I think for Greyhound, the less they remember this map, the better for them going forwards in this tournament. Not been a great start to Pro League Season 18 for them. Gamer Legion, they continue to show us they are a very capable team. Sneak into B for Greyhound. Timing looks good here. Looks very good for them. Acor completely overwhelmed because both his teammates went down. So again, Greyhound find a bit of success popping onto B. Again, this comeback is so tricky. It's just one step of many.
Yeah, and we have seen crazy comebacks recently from different squads. We'll see if Greyhound are able to do it. It is a long road. I think in scenarios like this, the short-term aim has to be that double-figure 10 mark, and then after that, can aim towards the overtime. I feel like when a team on the comeback gets around 9 or 10 rounds, and there's a high level of urgency to the team in the lead, but we'll see if we get that far. Bit by bit, 1 round at a time. It's the halfway mark at this point for Greyhound, 7 to 15. Much work to be done. There is money for a buy for Gamer Legion, so no concerns just yet in that regard. Time it's Inns and Vexite who get the better side on the lineups on that bomb site. Greyhound are very familiar with being victimized on Anubis in this vacuum. See if they can enact revenge in the coming rounds then. Very quick is Alistair. We'll see if the grenades come towards that stairs position as Greyhound offered very early on in the first half.
Acor again making his mark on mid, or at least trying to. Did in a previous round. This angle's so hard to deal with. Alistair not prepared. Acor using that smoke to his advantage to get on that angle, and now Neelam puts them 2 players up. Gamer Legion looking good to convert this map point here.
Every offering of presence is very expensive for Greyhound. Only 3 players on the map, so much information. Even if you're offering a fake, what is left on the other side? There is a big defense of that B bomb site from Gamer Legion. So we've added a risk. Maybe there is increased reward as well. Bolt left alone on the A bomb site for now, as Kios will see presence around mid. Liaz and Sicko slowly creeping in, and that means a split could be on. This compromises Bolt immediately. Liaz drops him, and suddenly the numbers are even. Isaac trying to cut off that rotation. He will do exactly that. 30 seconds to get that bomb planted ahead of the incendiary as well, but decapitated by Liaz, and still there's more work to be done. Great job to bring it back to this point. Not over just yet, though. You can see Acor is creeping with that AWP, and Liaz continues to deliver 3 kills in a round for him as Neelan considers his options. This wipes the money for Gamer Legion. Through the smoke he goes. Oh boy, this could get quite interesting. Sicko delivers a shot, and that timing is brutal. There's no kit for Neelan. Now there is. He's got the AWP as well. Liaz is creeping. This could get very interesting. There might still be some play in this one. The scope is here. Liaz not peeking just yet. He's holding the fuse though. Massive headshot from Liaz to keep in the fight.
Liaz timed that perfectly. Knew that he could swing with, well, maybe even less than a second left on that defuse. But at that point, how is the CT going to get off the bomb? He basically can't. So it is a headshot that delivers the round for the team. Shout out Liaz. Some of these shots, really impressive. Just to get into this position in the first place. It got awkward when they passed each other in the smoke. That's the moment where Liaz realizes, okay, if he gets off the bomb, I probably win the round. And if not, I back myself to hit the headshot. And with good reason, after seeing some of those shots he landed earlier in the round. That's a great glimpse at what Liaz is capable of. Just haven't seen it enough on this Greyhound team. I think with the right structure, it could be such a good piece to this puzzle.
And if we go back to the beginning of the first half, we were kind of looking for an opportunity to talk about some of these players, but it's taken so long, round 23, to pick up Liaz. Just to show you how rough a game this has been for Greyhound. Only at this point do we really get to talk over an excellent demonstration of what he is capable of, and perhaps it comes too late in this game of Anubis. But It will keep on trucking for the time being. They head towards 9 rounds, so let's see if they can get to 10 then. Of course, that was an eco round. Quick in, quick out on that one. There'll be a buy here for Gamer Legion. Maybe missing a piece here and there with about 4,500 on some of these players, but they will still bring plenty into round 25.
See if Greyhound can deal with some of that mid-aggression Acor has been throwing at them, or whether Acor switches things up. In fact, the AWP will go over to B and look for a fast fight in this round. Straight in with the flash, but Sicko able to get the kill while blind. There was Isaac right behind for the trade, though. So 1 for 1 early with that CT aggression. Now Greyhound will take some map control over to A as a nice, fast reply.
This angle from Volt is nasty. You can see the cavalry is on the way immediately, but he rings Vexite still just looking for that final shot with the pistol. Not going to get it. Ince has got an off angle, but he's compromised now as Neelan tries to make his way in. That incendiary will buy some time. 3 on 2 in favor of Greyhound. Things could escalate quickly, though. Vexite needs to get that bomb planted while Alice is posted up on the angles. That smoke won't be there forever. 1 minute on the clock. There is a HE for Isaac if he can find an angle for it. We'll see if he does. Oh, that's a close one. Vexite down to 6. Big delivery from Alistair, leaving Neelan in the clutch. This is very doable for him, especially now. Just 1 bullet required for Neelan, and there it is. They did what they could. They tried to make the comeback. Didn't get to 10 in the end. Gamer Legion, strong from the start, will have a strong finish. 16-9.
Perfect patience from Neelan for the clutch, too. That was so well done. Waits for it to come to him. What a showing from Gamer Legion, starting as they need to go on to Season 18 of ESL Pro League.
I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah. I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the. I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah. I think it's time for the comeback. Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the comeback.
In tune and in harmony. we share. Feel like breathing in fresh air. This feels like home, 'cause I can feel it in my
A smashing result for Gamer Legion. Full control, more or less start to finish, in my opinion. There were some late chances for their opponent in Greyhound, but definitely too little too late. The catch-up was just too far and too much. The mountain too high for them at that point. So it is 1-0 for Gamer Legion. What did you think about that? Considering it was the pick of Greyhound, again, it's the first match of the season, but definitely a cold start for them, if you ask me.
Yeah, felt like a combination of the Greyhound players just being a little quiet at the start of that map, and also Gamer Legion having good control and good different pace changes throughout that first half. But really, they were just too far ahead after that first half. And even though Greyhound started to show some signs of life, Gamer Legion all showed up early. No one on the team played poorly, which I think was huge for them. And Nilan especially deserves massive credit because I think he ended as the top fragger, as that in-game leader. It seems like he's starting to step up his fragging a bit lately, and that could be a big addition to this Gamer Legion squad.
Yeah, we saw a great change of pace from Gamer Legion on their T side. They started slow, they weren't deterred by their late util from Greyhound and so on. They were controlled, they were measured, they delivered. I think Volt was quite a pain as well for the Greyhound side to great effect, especially with some of the peaks we saw towards the A-bomb site. And again, they completely turned the pace on their head when they needed to and just stormed bomb sites, took position and kind of got two frags, and it was GG for that round. Nothing Greyhound could do. So again, great response, great change of pace. Didn't feel like it was the most difficult game for Gamer Legion. So again, they continue to deliver. Maybe above expectations. Again, against their opponents, pick a strong result. They're heading towards Ancient. The next map, they'll be in a very favorable position that they're moving towards their own pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be in a good position, and especially with how they played on that first map, expect to see them continue to do well. I think the nice thing about that format here we have is you have to remember there are multiple chances. So Greyhound will have the chance to warm up if they were to go on to lose this series. They'll have plenty of chances at this event. For Gamer Legion, they don't need to warm up, apparently. And I'm glad you touched on Volt because he is someone who was moving around a bit. And initially, especially, he grinded his way up playing in the UK scene. And whenever a player looks consistently good and looks like he makes good decisions in the UK scene, I always get excited. So I'm glad he finally got his chance to maybe move to a stronger international squad. He was also previously on the Fnatic Academy roster, actually. So Fnatic missed a bit of a trick there because he is looking very good right now. And yeah, all in all, just a very classy performance from Gamer Legion, has to be said.
Still coming to terms with the fact that we're actually seeing progress in the UK scene. It just feels weird. It almost feels, I wouldn't say wrong. That might be a bit too much of a stretch. It's absolutely great to kind of see a resurgence in that respect, maybe some more maturity, leading to some more players finding success. But again, yeah, Volt was he was a standout. We saw some big impact frags from him in that game of Anubis. So again, a false start, if you will, for Greyhound. Definitely a baptism by fire there, and there was a lot of fire in that game of Anubis. But perhaps on Ancient, things will be a little more in their favour. They're no strangers to Ancient either. Saw plenty of Ancient from them in some of the recent matches I've watched or commentated of Greyhound. So I expect we'll see more from Alistar. I feel like the impact that you need from him on the server was missing in that game of Anubis, but I've seen it plenty of times, plenty of clutch moments as well on Ancient. So I would expect that we'll have a stronger performance from him. I think it's easier to say a stronger performance across the board because they did feel quite neutered in that map of Anubis. But I think we'll see a stronger team on Ancient for sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. I actually remember it was against Furia. They played this map at the Cologne play-in, and they started really well, Greyhound, actually. They had the lead for a long portion of that game. I think their lead peaked at like 10. It was a close game, basically, throughout the first half. It wasn't massive. And then at the end, Furia just kind of pulled it together, and maybe it was the lack of experience that cost Greyhound. They definitely looked solid, like, fundamentally on this map. And really, I think we also started to see the individuals shine a little towards the end. So, yeah, I don't think it will be as smooth sailing for Gamer Legion, but I mean, with how good they looked on that first map, even if Greyhounds start to show up, it's hard to predict against them here.
Got to head to a break. On the other side of it, it will, of course, be Ancient, so stay tuned.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Kissing your freak, have you straight kissing your teeth. Do 6 in the week, shows in the chicks in the sheets. Fixing too frisking to meet, missing and piss on the seat. Fixing up dishes and treats, with persimmons and leeks. Yeet, lest we forget what I think with the gut. Smoke cigarette bud. She willing to cut in the opium den with the lowliest men. She said, Chloe, my friend, let's do it again.
I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak my name. I think I'm bulletproof.
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
We're back for the second map of the series. That second map is going to be Ancient. Before we get there, though, have a look at these waters in Malta. Hopefully one day I'll actually get there, because there's so many shipwrecks around the island. There's a lot of scuba diving to be done. Get those bloody cruisers out, though. Way too big. No, thank you. Looks pretty, though. You ever been to Malta, Hawker?
I have actually a few years ago. It was really nice. Yeah, it was really lovely. I love the architecture. It's just a little different, I feel like, from a lot of the other places I've been. All these light-colored buildings. Really nice place. I would definitely recommend. I like the funky music we got going as well. We're ready to get funky in this second map, James.
Yeah, absolutely. A map which favors aggression. Anubis. I do like watching this map, just because I think it's so fun what the CTs are compelled to do to hold on to the mid area in the buy rounds. And again, the different flavor we see from teams. Obviously, Heroic's a great one to watch, but Greyhound and Gamer Legion, I've seen a fair amount of Greyhound on it recently. We've seen Alistair with a fair amount of clutches, as I mentioned before we went to break. Whether they'll be needed or not remains to be seen. They'll be starting on the CT side as Gamer Legion once again look to set the pace on this T side. First comes the pistol. Sicko having a look-see. Falling back with some warning shots. Split of the B bomb site then. Looking fairly likely. Bolt carrying that bomb, delivering on in. Sicko's here as well. They are encroaching from two different directions. He needs to find something. Definitely going for a reload. Stayed alive as long as he could, but not much to show for it.
Hard to spam those smokes when you've got the pistols. You have to connect a clean headshot, which is not easy to do. So Gamer Legion will be able to get that bomb down. Now this flank from Alistair needs to be watched for here. Nilan will start to look back, and he hits the drive-by. And now Greyhound have a tough time on this retake, but that smoke will help tremendously. Every single T player is behind that smoke right now.
Heel's trying to beat behind it as well. Yes, has a kit, but and he's got to get on this bomb and stay on this bomb, and that's not going to happen because Acor comes through with two. Gamer Legion will take the pistol. The road will once again be difficult for Greyhounds. They did win their first pistol and got reset afterwards, which is even worse than losing it immediately. Let's see what their response is as Gamer Legion continue their momentum early on Ancient.
A good start to the round from them. They got into the bomb site, and then this kill from Nilan puts you in such a powerful position. I was a little surprised that Nilan actually wrapped back round to cave. I thought he was going to stay towards ramp to give a different angle towards that bomb. Didn't matter in the long run. He got able to just jump through the smoke. A little too awkward for those CTs to win those fights. So Greyhound will be forced into a force buy. Doesn't look too bad for them. Still be competitive. Greyhound have 3 sat on B, and that is currently where Gamer Legion have deployed most of their players. To fight, Alistair doesn't mind taking if he hits the headshot, but he does mind taking that nade. God damn.
Nilan and Acor, the men to watch in this round. The MAC-10 wielders, the wide swingers. Don't forget the hashtag. Boosting Isaac up for the time being. Again, Gamer Legion setting the pace. Giving Greyhound rope with which to hang themselves. 40 seconds, they'll start moving into the site. And again, those MAC-10s will be creating the space for the squad. Not so much for Greyhound to do. So let's see what they choose now. Do they hold on to their force by items, their Kevlar and such? They can have another go in the next round. But again, it will be an arid start on this map of Ancient. Very hot landscape. If you've never been to Chichen Itza in Mexico, it's more or less the location that inspired this map.
I haven't been there, but I imagine, is it humid, James?
No, it's dry. It's just hot,
Really?
dry heat. Yeah.
Right, yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, it's cut through the jungle. Maybe 2 hours from Cancun on a... You can take a coach there that stops in a few villages. You can pay a bit extra to have beers on the coach as well, which honestly it makes a hell of a difference.
Oh, I'm sure.
Highly recommended.
Very nice. Not so nice for Greyhound at the start of this map. For Gamer Legion, this is a map they played twice in their solid run at Cologne. They were able to beat Fnatic on this map, which was a really solid win for them. That was in that decider map of that series. And they were also playing this against Cloud9.
Oh!
They lost that one. Okay, Vexite. And a little spicy at the start of the round. I think he might get run over. He still gets a second before falling. And Alistair's trying to be sneaky on the site.
Mac 10's supposed to be the tool for the drive-bys, but Vexite's taken that to a different level with 2 frags. And given some potential for an unlikely round for Greyhound, there are still favourable angles for these AK-47s though, and not much left to fight against them. Sicko being the standout here with the Desert Eagle and full Kevlar. Zian's creeping with Galil. They will deliver. And trying to show presence there, but the stereo frags will come through and the threat is neutralized. Gamer Legion with a 3-0 start to Ancient. Promising beginning. All about the finish though. Again, Vexite just forcing those tight angles with Desert Eagle from the donut position. You can put your Desert Eagle in a place where there is a narrow channel for the other side to try and duel with you. Can make things slightly easier. What will make things very much easier, although not easy, is a full buy, which we finally see from Greyhound. Alistair with the AWP, this time with Kevlar.
Prioritize some nades as well so they can get those incendiaries down early to make sure they don't get pushed. Now they can push themselves. Smoke in position, very well timed. That is some fantastic B control for Greyhound early in this round.
We spoke about aggression in mid. Come from a completely different area. And again, Greyhound, they weren't shy even in what was happening on that game of Anubis. Most things going Gamer Legion's way. They were undeterred and continued their aggression with some success. Team which is happy to go for these aggressive plays. I think Ancient is a favourable map for them in that respect. But Gamer Legion will be a formidable opponent for them as well. They still have a fair amount of utility here. Just the one smoke, but plenty of Molotovs on this T side as they show presence in mid.
Finally trying to retake this control over the map. That leaves only 42 seconds for Gamer Legion to decide what their end goal is. This double stack in towards Jaguar could be a real nuisance position. The upside is they can sneak onto B while this is happening. Inns is looking for that mid play, but they've given up the B site entirely. Greyhound have to play for retake here unless they can time this spam right.
Those Molotovs giving them more confidence as they move into the site. Sicko drops early, nothing doing with the spray through the smoke, and Neelan could find 2 here. Julias Kicker's corner, just about. 3 on 4 then. Greyhound still on the back foot as Vexite starts to come through. Looking for the flankers, and Acor is on the way, but will he be ready for him? That's a great snap from Vexite, and that really turned things in their favor. But there's no kit on these remaining players, so they've still got to get their skates on as they try to hunt down these last 2. Kios hiding behind the pillar, Bolt delivering onto Vexite. The creep is so slow, and Alistair can't do anything about it. The final frags come through, and Gamer Legion keep a clean sheet for now.
Yeah, getting onto that B site so comfortably, and again, it's all about the calling for Gamer Legion. Neelan has done such a great job with this team, turning things around quickly, coming into this lineup. Maybe didn't have the best time when he was over on EG, but these players seem to be suiting him perfectly because in some of these late round scenarios, it seems like Gamer Legion so often find the right decision. They find a wide open B bomb site, sets them up so well. Even though Vexite did what he could, it's not enough to win the round. Now in this one, he has the hero rifle, but that nade yields dividends again. It's not a bad angle for that wallbang. A couple of tags onto Acor. Timing from Vexite. He somehow slipped through. Trade will be good though. That gun is gone, but Greyhound have found themselves into a man advantage here.
Uh-oh. Was he spotted? Sicko could be the main trouble here. Insa's delivered as well, but Sicko's still creeping. Surprise! Kios left then, 1 versus 2. He's got the time to fix these problems though. Liaz close to the corner, can't get the transfer. Alistair will steal the unlikely round. We saw it in the last game, we see it here again. Greyhound find their way onto the scoreboard, which is good. But the question is, when both teams have the full buy, can they deliver?
Vexite slipping in. I think just threw a little bit of chaos into the round. And Ince getting that kill in top mid definitely helped. It put them into that advantage. Worked well together from that point on. Just having those different angles all over that B bomb site, setting up those crossfires. Gamer Legion not using their nades to be able to deny that from happening. So lovely work from Greyhound. Let's see if they can keep it up as they go for this B aggression again.
Very thoroughly drilled, it seems. You can hear the chain flashes as well. But when there's nothing to show for it, they'll have little utility for the rest of the round. And you can see they are being dragged to the A bomb site as Neelan will break ground on it and show lots of presence.
Oh, B's free.
Indeed, it's causing an over-rotation now. And they have completely abandoned the site. They are being pulled from pillar to post by Gamer Legion. Desperately racing towards a... What do you even do in this position?
Yeah, that's the question now. You've lost a couple of players as well. I think it's a pretty clear save from Greyhound. And Gamer Legion just seem to have the right reads. So impressive there. I think they maybe flashed through the smoke in towards the B doors position. I'm a little surprised Greyhound moved everyone out of that side of the map. You just thought maybe one player would hang around, keep onto that control, that early warning system for the rest of the squad. They hoped that they'd done enough to dissuade Gamer Legion from B. That was not the case. Gamer Legion continue to show how solid they are. And really, I feel like this is just coming down to the difference in calling right now at the start of this map. Greyhound aren't getting the chance to show what their individuals can do in some of these rounds.
All right, then. The CT execute past B, if you will, has happened a few times and left them with not much to show. So how deep does the strat book go? We can see that one was quite polished, but Gamer Legion disengaged and give them what they were looking for. Some aggression though, leading and jumping. Oh, that was so close to catching the AWPer. Gamer Legion may feel encouraged to continue now as A-Core is creeping. Alistair drops in the meantime. We've got catastrophic losses for Greyhound around the map. Got to wonder if this is just not going to be their day. Likely heading towards the 6-1. Vexite with the Deagle is going to be full highlights in a disastrous round. This is really rough indeed. Gamer Legion are just waiting for opportunities to come towards them and then seizing the opportunities.
Definitely feels like that clash of styles is becoming an issue for Greyhound. Because I think Greyhound are also a team who'd like to be fairly procedural and who like to try and outthink and outplay their opponents. The Gamer Legion just seem to be doing that a bit better across the board right now. They look so calm under all these circumstances. Kios has had an incredible start here, 11-2. Normally an anchor player on the team, normally more of a supportive element. He's racking up the frags right now. So Kios has definitely got a little bit of personality at the Paris Major for Gamer Legion. He was one of the players playing up to the crowd. I'm sure being from Belgium as well certainly helped. Neighboring countries, the fans seem to get behind him. Kios getting run down at the end. Oh, Kios is not wasting time fragging in this map, is he? Oh, there we go. A little love from Kios.
12 for 2.
Hearts in the chat for Kios, everyone.
Oh, man. Just, it looks so difficult. When you see that second kill from the ramp and from the Greyhound perspective, it's just so rough. Like, desperately trying to make something happen, but nothing is happening. Like, Alistair is 1 for 5 at the moment, and he's the person I pointed out before this game got started. He's the one I'm looking for impact, for presence, and we haven't seen that just yet. But again, there is time for recovery, but we can't say that every round. There certainly is at this point, but it needs to happen now. They've got the 4x once again. The AWP is here, the Kevlar is here. Again, we've seen some nice drills towards that B-bomb site, through the B-bomb site even, by the CTs. Left with nothing. Again, Gamer Legion almost giving Greyhound the space to make their plays and then just responding to it and exploiting the weaknesses on the other side when those gambles are played. And here we go. We see that drill this time, though. They may have some fruit for their efforts. Could be a second kill in this one as Neelan's in the corner for the time being. I refrained from saying stuck. Oh boy, how outrageous is he feeling? There's a flashbang and Thicko is stuck in the smoke. Surely not Neelan! Oh no, there's nothing given for free to Greyhounds. I can't believe what I am seeing. Man.
That's such a steal from Neelan running through the smoke. They're still going into the AWP though. Alistair with 1. They now have to second guess that because the bomb was in the hands of that second player. So Volt will not go any further. Is still in position. Is that something they're aware of? I'm not so sure, but he might not clear Neelan. This is wild. They're literally side by side, and finally, Inns turns to his left, spots out Neelan. Now Gamer Legion are actually down a man in this round.
This is wild. Timing like for Inns. Oh boy. Spots the bomb. Great patience. Acorn to trade. That's all the information that Greyhound need. Diaz will be in a good position. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. Oh, he's had his 1v1 as Alistair moves through, but doesn't quite make the connection he's looking for. Acorn in the clutch now. Smoke to create some space for himself. He scoped in, spots Liaz, but doesn't finish him off. Just through the corner of the wall or the leg, either or, doesn't matter. What matters is Greyhound have finally won a round, but Neelan really trying to be a thorn in the side. Those 2 kills on the ramp, I mean, just psychologically, that would have been so rough. But here they are.
Quite a few AWP shots, tagging but not fragging players here in this series. This time it's Acor who is the one who feels the issue from that. I don't know how I feel about Alistair rolling those sleeves up, because I really like those sleeves on the Greyhound jersey. Hey, sometimes you got to do it. Greyhound finally hoping to get back into this one. I think it was important we saw a different player show up on the Greyhound side. Vexite had been doing well earlier. It was Inns' turn to have an impact multi-kill. Maybe now some of the other players can start to step up too. There is that mid-control you were talking about. Start of this map. Haven't seen it that much from Greyhounds, but finally they decide they do want to take control of mid. Vexite looks like he wants to hang around here, but this boost from Isaac might spot the fallback. He did spot them. He can't pull the trigger.
Greyhound really have to build. The urgency is high. There's still more work to be done to drain all of the money for Gamer Legion. Smokes won't be here forever. Confident frag from Vexite, looking for a response on the other side. And Incendiary will allow them to disengage. They can sit on this advantage for the time being. I love this re-aggression we're seeing from Greyhound in the mid position as well. This could certainly help them as Acor finds something on this B-bomb site. Alistair's still lurking. And there is a flank coming from Greyhound, and this could really be the decider for this round. Bomb not showing just yet. The Isaac's there. So is Acor. So this gets awkward for Gamer Legion now, especially with 30 seconds on the clock, but Kios picks up the slack and makes it a 2-on-2. Isaac dropped in the meantime. Bomb needs to be connected by Acor. 20 seconds. Liaz on the way. Alistair committed. Oh, faking a run back.
Ooh.
Alistair starts to wonder. Molly's coming through. Alistair on the spike now. He's on fire as well. Forced into the open. And there's a chance. Liaz 1v1 as that bomb gets planted through. Around the flames he goes as Acor tries to get his AWP out. Oh man, this is so brutal to watch. Gamer Legion with another clutch. Nothing going the way of Greyhound.
I mean, you see how central Vexite is to this Greyhound team. He gets the first couple of kills around mid. This was a great frag. Got another one. Then Acor brings a kill back. And Kios with that transfer. Oh, the timing was so good for him. Allowed them to get onto this B site. The molly in a great position to set up Acor. And then Liaz thought he closed the distance quickly enough that Acor jumped back to safety. Re-peeks that right side. So well played from Acor. Greyhound getting so close but not winning these rounds. Again, Vexite getting involved on mid. He's been a strength for them in this position. He goes for a second and he's still putting in a shift for Greyhound here.
Young man Vexite. Been so important for the squad since he joined. Always good for a multi-frag. Oh, Isaac, that is outrageous. Outrageous. That second frag through the smoke. The sound cues were all he needed, but this is still a dangerous round. Again, even if Greyhound were to win this, I think it would be the second round that they've won, which is one of those unlikely rounds, those rounds you can't depend on to win a game overall. Let's see if it gets that far. Alistair on a scavenge hunt in that mid position. May have just seen a T there as well. That'll certainly help. Trigger discipline is here. Sees him clear an angle, which gives him a clue. Looking for a flank now. There are two more to find. 30 seconds on the clock. Acor carrying the bomb. 21 HP, falling back. Now it's Gamer Legion's turn to take some gambles.
Oh, Kios sticks around. That's going to keep them in place on this B site while Acor goes all the way around the world over to A, which is completely cleared out, and they know it. Alistair will try and rotate back in time. Kios has already joined his teammate on that A-bomb site, so they can work together in this 2-on-1. That makes it so tricky for Alistair, especially without Kevlar or a kit. He's got to move on here.
So close and yet so far. Is there really a round to be won here? With no defuse kit at this point. Perhaps not. 8-2 for Gamer Legion, and we were hoping for a better game from Greyhound on Ancient versus what we saw on Anubis, having lost their pick, but a non-starter so far. Nothing that we've seen to really have confidence in. Yes, they had a nice execute through the B bomb site, but came up empty-handed for the most part. Again, 2 of 10 rounds is just not enough.
Absolutely not doing well enough here on the Greyhound side. Even if they're getting close in some rounds, they're not winning them. Speed take again works for them. Vince loses the duel against Neelan. Now with Gamer Legion having this mid control, they want to move further. He doing a solid job from his position, but Vexite fluffs his lines. That was a frag that had to come through there on that flank, but it goes against them. And that just lets all the other dominoes fall here. Alistair's trying to move in mid. There's maybe a chance he denies the bomb. Acor actually wise to the position, hits the shot anyway. It is all Gamer Legion right now.
Feels a bit lambs to the slaughter, what we are witnessing at present, despite the 11 kills for Vexite. Next to nothing to show for it as far as the scoreboard is concerned. Timeout taken by Greyhound. They try to collect their thoughts. The pace from Gamer Legion on the T side is devastating. But you've got to give them credit as well for the mid-round calls that we've seen from Gamer Legion. Again, responding to the aggressive plays from Greyhound. Understanding where the weaknesses are in the setups we've seen. And just heading decisively for the holes. Even Neelan through the smoke finding 2 kills. Just nothing being given to Greyhound. Had to scrap for Every little piece they've had in this game of Ancient so far, and this will be another such round with the Desert Eagles. 16 for 5 is Kiosk. Spoke about Volt in the last game. Maybe he'll be the man we talk about following the end of this one. 6 rounds still possible for Greyhound, though, in this half. But again, I don't know how close they have been to winning many of these 9 rounds we've seen from Gamer Legion.
Contact play goes against Neelan. It's Vexite who again delivers an early frag for Greyhound. There's still Deegs across the board, but it's a start that may give Greyhound a bit more belief in this round. Sicko will start to move in. Kios trapped in this corner. They don't clear him. They don't clear Kios. He gets 2 before he's traded. Sicko will get away with an AK. But he's got 3 Ts who might try and run at him here. With 21 health, Sicko has so much to do. Oh, it's just not doable. Isaac gets the kill, and now this site is taken.
It's rough, man. It is rough out here for Greyhound. Gamer Legion make it to double figures. 10-2. It's a one-sided series. This map even worse than the last one, in my opinion. Greyhound are on the backs of milk cartons for the most part. But again, they've made solid plays. The Gamer Legion have just been ready for it. They've given them the space to make those plays and come up with nothing. Again, a full buy. Alistair on Yorp once more. Still just 4 kills to his name. Lining up for him. Isaac will be left with 15 HP. Promising start for Greyhound. But there's much more work to be done.
A couple of promising starts from Greyhound have quickly slipped away. They have to change that here, and that will certainly help. Vexite getting involved again, but they're leaving this B site so vulnerable. That was the bomb drop, but it made it round the corner, so Akor will get it back. He should get this bomb down. Kios is trying to get into an active position. See if that pays off for him as Akor gets that bomb planted.
Pressure's on then. 2 kits on the 4 players, Alistair and Liaz. That will certainly help. Kios needs to do something outrageous now as he's on the cusp of 20 frags in this one half, but too many men on road for Greyhound on this occasion. 5 will have to be the target for this half. Finally, something to raise the confidence just a little, but again, it's been a very oppressive and depressive half on the CT side of Ancient for them.
Again, that one positive has been Vexite throughout, and back at Cologne when they played this map in the play-in stage against Furia, Vexite top fragged the whole server, even though they lost that map. He got 27 kills and 116 ADR. So it's good to see that Vexite's form on this map is continuing. Playing around mid means he can get very involved in the action in a lot of these rounds. See if that can help them win a couple more rounds at the end of the half here. It's Gamer Legion this time, grouped outside A. It's like Neelan's the man who's going to be sent towards the site. The rest of the team not backing him up. You see the response, those mid players have to try and help, but Vexite lines up 2 again. He has been so solid, and he makes it a 3rd. Vexite single-handedly denies the push, and finally Greyhound are finding some round wins.
You can see why he's in that mid position. Spoke about how important it is. He is delivering. Getting those urgent rounds towards the end of the half then are Greyhound, and maybe this one will be a little easier as Gamer Legion find themselves in around $3,500 per person. See if they can exploit the weaknesses.
Yeah, Vexite's stats are so good in this half, man. He's got 6 opening kills and 0 opening deaths. He has been so good on mid. Normally that is so powerful, but it hasn't led to round wins, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost the only person who's been present. If you look at the kills for everybody else, you can just see how rough it has been for this Greyhound squad. But there is a chance of a 5th run. Galil's will be out. Sacrifices made by Gamer Legion. A fast one. Keep it simple. Alistair coming out with the Julies now. Back to the AWP once again. Sigma to deliver. Spotted by Acor. Stuck in the corner. Acor in a clutch now. Won't get as far as he wanted to. So it will be 5 rounds at halftime for Greyhound. As difficult as it was, there is still a chance. But can they turn it around this time? They couldn't in the first game. Maybe they can in the second.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it. Yeah. You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffers at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah I'm smashing on the gas, gas, gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life. Look, yeah, I'm about to ride it till the wheels fall off. Yeah, I'm about to run the game, I ain't never dropping off. Let's be talking about a bag, put a duffel on the dash. Yeah, I'm really about to swap. Heavy foot up on the gas with it. Trunk tracks with the cash in it. Passionate, long range when I'm passing it. All drive, I ain't stopping unless I'm crashing it. And even that wouldn't stop me from going after it. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it. Yeah. You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffers at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah I'm smashing on the gas, gas, gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4.
It has been a very rough start to this season of Pro League for Greyhound. As cold as... Is hors d'oeuvres cold? I should have figured this out before getting going there. I think
I
it
have
is.
no idea.
How do you even spell that? All right, talk. I'm going to Google this. Hors d'oeuvres.
I'm not sure what word you're saying, to be honest.
It's
or
French.
What words you're saying.
It's French. It's a small dish, sometimes served cold. Yeah, there we go. I was in the right path, but I ruined it by not knowing what I was talking about. Anyway. Greyhounds are in a battle, trying to force their way into this A bomb site. A 3-on-3 is where we are. Kios has been dropped. They're still stuck in the choke point, though. Not looking to fully commit the bomb. They'll go exploring with the minute 20 they have on the clock. Hors d'oeuvres. Say hors d'oeuvres, Hawker. Learn some French.
Hors d'oeuvres?
Wow. With the accent and all sorts.
Yeah. This isn't a bad position for Greyhound, though. You get in a 3-on-3, you try and see what you can do across the map, and maybe later you group up and you're able to isolate one player. Bolt's got those racing livery dualies and was just looking for information. Yaz is going to try and sneak into this B-bomb site, but this might just be as a fake because the bomb is not moving towards this site. It's moving towards A instead. So what can Liaz do as this solo player? He might get a kill here because that player just got spotted and Liaz will deliver. That draws the rotate and that puts Greyhound in a great position.
Oh, Liaz caught awkwardly indeed. That makes it a 2-on-2. Neelan has got an angle on the bomb planter, but Sicko's able to escape for the time being. That's really key in the 2v2 for the Greyhound squad. Trying to deliver, he can't as a 1v1 as in tries to fall back to Donut. Won't need to get around the corner, he'll deliver the headshot. Finally, a glimpse of hope for Greyhound. They win a pistol. Got a great opportunity to close the gap very quickly indeed now. A lot of these players they'll be looking to get into the game in this second half. Again, we saw plenty from Vexite in that mid position, but not much from many of the others.
Great turn from Kios, low on ammo. To get a second headshot out of that was pretty impressive. You are right, we do need to see Greyhound have some other players step up. Inns can definitely provide some pretty consistent fragging output for this team. Just started to show us that there with 13 kills now on the board. You have the full spy from Gamer Legion. Close angles around Jaguar. Won't matter though. Sicko ready, holding the angle. And now Neelan is completely alone right now on this B site. Some assistance shortly because the move is coming in from Greyhound. Counter smoke could make life a little awkward here for the Oceanic team, but that's going to help. Liaz gets the kill through the smoke.
Yeah, and Elin up to his tricks as he was in that first half again. That push he did through the smoke, getting 2 kills, was quite outrageous. Cannot reclaim that magic in this opportunity, though, on this occasion. Greyhound choosing to rotate most of the squad. They're kind of spreading out a fair bit now. 2 of the 4 players on that bomb site, but Isaac will be taken care of. Greyhound will be heading towards that 7th round. This was a force buy from Gamer Legion. We can see Acors left money in the hole for the big guns later on. Priorities in the right place in that respect. But again, there's an opportunity for Greyhound to get some momentum, and I don't think momentum is something they've had in this series so far. We're on a second map, almost at round 20, and still I feel like they haven't really had any momentum in this series whatsoever. That's the 2 kills we saw earlier on from Neelan. Trying to find some more of that with his CZ, denied on this occasion. I think we'll see Greyhound spraying those smokes a lot.
Not surprise me. And this is that opportunity then for Greyhound. It'll be nice if they can at least get a few more rounds on this map, start to make Gamer Legion sweat. That's almost the approach I'd be having at this point. Just focus on trying to make them have something to worry about. Then maybe we'll see Gamer Legion get a little stressed. This flank won't work immediately, but it will work eventually. Sicko able to turn around for 1. E-site was lost while it was happening, so question now is, do Gamer Legion want to save the Galil? They'll have money in the next round, whatever happens. So maybe it is worth trying to do a little more damage.
It's about time they faced a crappy prospect like that. It's been Greyhound almost every time. Do you want to save the Galil, Gamer Legion? How do you like those sour grapes? If they go to do exactly that. So perhaps we have a real game on our hands now. That wasn't the case in the first game. More revenge on Neelan. I think frags like that, especially on Neelan, will just boost the troops as they close the gap to 2. But now the game in the second half really begins. Acor comes into this round with 69-50 in the bank. Big weapons are coming.
Vexai actually died to the bomb there, and I believe he might have lost an AK while doing that. So not ideal for Greyhound. Not the end of the world either. It is the gun rounds we need to focus on. Zakor will take that all over to the A bomb site. While you see that CT utility on mid, really trying to deny Greyhound from that early control. Be effective. Vexai actually getting tickled by that molly as well, down to 66. Oh, getting into a really aggressive angle early, and he's going even further. This is kind of wild from the AWP, but he's getting so much information here. Surely these B players will be on high alert. Indeed they are. Nealon spams the smoke.
Oh, not
he
again!
Nearly got the second.
No mercy being shown by Nealon. Revenge was brief, it seems. Alistair has almost all the grenades remaining for Greyhound. Something to take into consideration. Great patience from Liaz. Still a minute on the clock. This will stretch out Game Allegiant as they have been heavily fortifying that B bomb site. They're being proactive though. And Vexite's close to them and carrying the bomb. Surely he won't be expecting this push that's coming. This could crush the round for Greyhound. 35 seconds. I think Sicko is holding the angle, was holding the angles, given some sound cues away. And now we've got a bait set up almost. Oh, this is getting very, very weird indeed. Will this angle even be checked for? Oh, that timing favors Greyhound. That's the bomb spotted though. Instant rotation, but will it come in time? Volt's got a lot to do on this bomb site. Try and glide as best he can. He finds two bombs on the floor. With 10 seconds, he may have done his job. Overperforming is Volt. Alistair with two, but he's got to commit to this bomb plant. He's got no choice. Heels is here, charging in, trying to get him off it, but the deagle spam through the wood will be enough. Oh, that was dicey. Oh, that was hard to watch, but they are still alive.
Little shake of the head there from Alistair. I think he knows it wasn't ideal. He was left in that position. But impressive work with the Deeg for the final kill. Lined up that wall bang in the end, which makes sure that Greyhound hold on. Volt was dancing around that bomb site, though. The way he was able to get those couple of kills was so impressive. It looked like it was going to be the main thing that changed the outcome of the round, but fair play to Alistair. Coming in with a couple of kills straight back, brought it straight into the one-on-one, just about able to hold on. That forces a timeout out of Gamer Legion because for a second, it looked like they had the round in the bag, and it very quickly turned against them. Awkward buy now for Gamer Legion as well. It's the one premium rifle in play in the hands of Kios. A real chance now for Greyhound to tie things up here.
Second, third. Oh, that pop flash is eaten. Vexite takes all of that. What a rough situation. Great timing by Gamer Legion. Weapon disposal services here. That's quite important as well. I was wondering if that HE grenade was to send the gun away from the CTs. Either way, it's been disposed of. But what of the rest of the rounds? There are two smoke grenades here for Gamer Legion. Isaac has one towards the... Actually, Isaac and Acor, both on the A-bomb site. They both have smoke grenades, and that is where Greyhound are headed. They still have some map control, though, within's lurking. But this is a dicey round. You can feel it going wrong. 38 seconds, and there's one more smoke to go in Acor's hand. I almost want to cry it already. Oh, there goes the bomb through the smoke. Gambles have not, they're not going to pay off. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say. It's so painful. You knew it was coming, but not like that. It's even worse than I thought. Inz and Sicko remain. 13 seconds. Getting peppered. Getting peppered like a steak. They might still have a chance to plant this bomb. Then again, perhaps not. Oh boy. It almost feels like the end, and Gamer Legion have got 5 rounds to go, but that is a painful way to lose a round.
Yeah, puts the money in an awkward position as well. Oh man, just the fact that Isaac gets up close to the smoke and then forces the turnaround into the team kill. He moves back, he pretends he's right behind him, and then he moves to the side, and it just ends up being a team kill instead. That is hilarious. Isaac's movement, I swear, it's so awkward sometimes that it just throws people off guard. I love it. I genuinely love it. He always seems to put himself in these annoying positions, and Greyhound feel the wrath of it in that
That's
round.
the biggest tragedy I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's up there.
Just,
oh boy,
you know, you need something to hold on to, like as Greyhound with a rubbish first game, a comeback in the second. You just need something to grasp, like mentally, and when things like that happen, it just isn't the one, you know? It just isn't.
Pretty big moment here for Greyhound with this bye. If they lose this round, money could still be bad unless they plant that bomb. Very important round for them not to lose focus in, because CT economy is still hanging in the balance as well. So this is a pretty key round for both teams. Gamer Legion just now getting control over towards B. They'll start to realize B is clear, so these A players will be on high alert here.
Looking for a second Isaac, outstaying his welcome, and that gives Greyhound some extra space. Bomb moving towards the bomb site as Acor will pick up the slack, looking for a second. That HE could be it. Sailing towards Alistair, leaving him on 15 HP. 3 on 4 in favor of Gamer Legion. Bomb not planted just yet, which means the problems are only going to be compounded as the CTs get closer and closer. A drive-by from Kios, and that bomb is still not planted, and maybe it never will be with these numbers of the CTs around his bomb site. In trying to isolate the fight, he's got 2 more to go with 20 HP. But it's too much to do. Gamer Legion make it to 12.
Felt like the early info was a real benefit to Gamer Legion there. They rotate over pretty quickly, even though Isaac went down fairly early on the A site itself. Still have a second player close by, so can delay long enough. Acor there, the man initially to help out. Then Kios comes in from Donut. Just means Greyhound haven't gained the ground onto the site. The rotate can arrive. And this is the position that we were talking about for Greyhound. They're down to Glocks on almost all their players. And they are facing a 13-9 deficit here on a must-win map for them in this series.
You can see on the cameras that this round is an opportunity to try and have a mental reset, discuss what needs to be done. Some of these round losses feel rough. Of course, that one towards A earlier on. However, the deficit is not crazy. This is a winnable game of Ancient for sure. Got to ignore the failures. How well Gamer Legion have been playing. Just look at the opportunities that lie ahead.
Oh, not a bad dink with the Glock, but it is the Glock, so it doesn't do too much onto Volt there. Reminder that this is both of these teams' opening game of this season of Pro League here in Group A. Plenty of further opportunities. There are lower brackets and last chance stages. But for now, Gamer Legion are looking more likely to stay in that upper bracket, unless Greyhound can turn things around pretty quickly here. AKs will be coming out. Let's see what Greyhound have to offer us in this important round.
Has to be now for Greyhound. 5 AKs on road. See if they can pick up a sniper later. And again, you see the urgency with mid, the incendiaries and such from the CT side. Exchange of util will continue as Sicko finds himself in mid. No challenge for the CTs just yet though, but we'll see how they respond. Even Donut will be abandoned for the time being. Very forward position from Gamer Legion as far as A is concerned. Complete abandonment, both of CT Reds and Donut. A quick flash from Volt into that mid position as he rotates towards B. So what is the plan here for Gamer Legion? Perhaps not expecting a fast round towards A from Greyhound, who indeed are very static at present. They'll have an extra man towards B.
Still a bit of utility for Greyhound, so they can get that top mid smoke in, start to establish control over this mid area. That opens up their options into the late round. Could maybe try and sell a fake. While Vexite doesn't want that fight in towards Cave. He'll join back with his team, but remember that bomb is back outside B. So unless that moves soon, it looks like Greyhound might have made up their minds here on their end goal in this round.
Gamer Legion content with their positions. They've got Aqua holding a long angle on Donut, and that's so much information for the squad. Keels picks up the reins on this bomb site, and he's got Volt for help as well. Liaz drops the bomb, and with 8 seconds left, how much is there left to do? They cannot retrieve the bomb and plant it in time. So they're simply running around, waiting to die on the bomb site. Gamer Legion will take it again. They gave the space to Greyhound in mid, and the clock became their enemy as well. Gamer Legion 2 away from a 2-0 to face the winner of Furia and Movistar Riders.
Love that adjusted approach from Gamer Legion. They've lost mid, so they realize, let's have a slightly more aggressive angle fighting down towards B ramp. They clear out that a little earlier on into the round. And that means that mid flank can't come through in time. It's so far away that once that bomb gets denied, it's a really tough position to be in. Now Greyhound will try some pace here. This is up through B ramp very early on, and there's no one watching for him here. This could get very interesting.
Some promise in the position, but what do they understand of these positions? Oh, that's a big loss. Vexite's here to trade, but they got to get that bomb planted. I understand where some of Gamer Legion are now. They've gone for an aggressive play down the side. Alice has only got a Glock in this round. He has made some sacrifices for this particular one. So it's very awkward. He has a presence though, and his presence may be enough. Gamer Legion looking to clear out the bomb site. So far, so good. Vexite's been dropped. Liaz up close with that Tech 9 is going to be very, very dangerous indeed. The Glock's finally dealt with as the defuse attempt comes through. And now Acor's left alone. I don't think he wants to give them that AWP, so it will be double figures for Greyhound then in this second map. 10 to the 14 of Gamer Legion. They are still not too far behind, but again, they can only let so many rounds slip through their fingers, Greyhound.
Yeah, bomb plant position there from Greyhound allows them to play on those further sides of the B site. It allows them to play in towards that sort of B back area, which is really helpful there. So that stick of the defuse was never a concern. Sicko able to just swing out easily. Actually, a little surprise. Nealon tried to stick that bomb there. Maybe thought that Sicko would stay on the other side, but instead repositioned so that he was able to spot that bomb. So Gamer Legion forced into a second timeout here. Just making sure that they don't lose track of this game too soon. That sneak into B, though, gotta give a lot of credit to that. Didn't just rush it. They actually decided to start sneaking in, and that was just such a great call because they got so much ground before Gamer Legion had spotted any info. It meant they could get that bomb down, get into a good position, put the time pressure on their opponents, which made all the difference in that round where Greyhound's buy wasn't great. So they are still alive here. It's Gamer Legion's turn to have a very awkward buy ahead of this round.
Instant aggression from Gamer Legion towards B with 3 players. Acor is trying to get something done with this AWP. What a position this is as well. Surely there's no answer if he gets a frag here. Misses the first shot though. Inns just keeping an eye on things towards the A-bomb site. Plenty of time for Greyhound, but we've seen this go bad before. French gun in the hands of Volt. Pistols for the remainder. Now, Greyhound have utility. Mollies, flashes, smokes. They can deal with these choke points. They won't want to wait too long. Because Gamer Legion will come creeping. Neelan is always trying to be a nuisance. Able to fall back as well. He could bait them into the path of that AWP. As you can see, Acor start to post up more aggressively now. And Neelan will continue to be a nuisance. Almost like a chihuahua, just continues to bark. But there is bite as well. The bait works perfectly into the hands of Acor. 29 seconds for Greyhound. Haven't got much to show for this round just yet, despite their advantages. Finally, an opening frag, but they've got to get that bomb planted. There's 20 seconds now as they start to move over, and Acor still has angles that are not challenged by these Ds. And the dream is collapsing for Greyhound. Inns and Alistair left versus 4. So awkward to try and stop this bomb from being defused. Alistair has to try and stay alive while Inns goes through. Oh, this is so awkward for the squads. Here comes the AK in the hands of Volt. Alistair jumping through the smoke every round. Oh, so brutal. He has to scurry away. A 10-second defuse on the way. Oh, man. I'm just run out of words for these rounds. They couldn't be worse, I feel like.
Not the knife, though. Not the knife at the end. I think you could see Alistair for a second was deciding to save and then realized it's the 10-second defuse and so just scurried back to get the AK and spray through. Then the AK low on ammo. Someone runs through with a knife and there's nothing he can do. Gamer Legion, fair play, but yeah, that's tough.
It's just mayhem. I don't know if this is hesitation or what. Like, they should be in control of the rounds. But it feels like they're the ones who are trying to scrape things together to win it. They've got the time, but perhaps not the decisiveness. This is not the Greyhound we're used to seeing. An underdog, yes, but this is not the Greyhound that we are used to seeing. Like, that's such a horrific round. I literally didn't even know what to say by the end of it. There's just so many things going wrong.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of all of them, honestly. It's hard to explain just how badly that went. Wow, Gamer Legion up to map and series point here. Their opening match of Group A here at Pro League. Aggression there from Volt puts him deep in towards that B area. So Gamer Legion will adjust by sending more players back towards mid and A. Greyhound still looking for this control. That molly forces Isaac into the open. Kios tries to trade, but Sicko gets both of those players, and Ince has got a kill onto the site as well. Bob is still pretty far away, but I don't think that matters. They've got so much control of this site. Surely this round is over, and yeah, Acor knows it. He's just got to try and save. Oh, even that's denied. Oh, that kind of came from nowhere.
They're still 4 rounds away. This is still like, just, I feel like the nature of some of these rounds makes it feel like they're miles away, but they're not. They have chances. They could scrape this to overtime at least.
And again, the money for Gamer Legion really bad. And again, Gamer Legion won a similar round to this previously with just the one rifle. It was the AWP that time. This time they go aggressive, but Neelan denied early. Vexite with a second opener, and this looks much better from Greyhound. They're not going to lose against the awkward buy this time.
Well then, how far can they go? It would be somewhat of a Lazarus pit if they were to make a comeback from the dead, essentially, and let's say win Ancients. But it's absolutely possible. They talk about Inferno. That would be the third map if we get that far. But I think at this point we take it one round at a time. Nealon has been such a pain for this Greyhound side. Doing the simple things very effectively, but also just a general nuisance around the smokes as well. Enabling A-Core. It's running around with that CZ. You wonder if he'll have a part to play in the conclusion of this map as well. Vexite's been dependable in this game of Ancient. Some nice frags from him there. More work to be done. A USP round for the most part for Gamer Legion. This is an opportunity, not this round, but the rounds to come are an opportunity they won't want to pass up to close this in regulation. Again, Nealon just jiggling, managing to ring the bell as well. Isaac coming through with that MP9, only good for the one there as he's blind. A noble effort, no doubt. So we're looking at 2 rounds from 2 then for Greyhound, once this one has concluded. Can they do it, Hawker?
Yeah, it's not a bad position, especially with that money from Gamer Legion. Should only be one more CT full buy to deal with. That actually makes this very doable for Greyhound. Assuming Gamer Legion buy the next, their money, if they were to get into round 30 and lose their buy, probably just be enough for a half buy. And again, how this game has gone, the half buys have been pretty effective, so would not count them out. That's a stunner from Bolt. Catches out the low health player. Doesn't lead to too much in the grand scheme of things though, unless Gamer Legion could steal a weapon, which they won't. Oh, there is a little bit of a question as to whether Gamer Legion go for the buy right now. It looks like they will. That means there's no Kevlar for A-Core. They might be missing some nades. Take a timeout ahead of a very important round on this map. You do wonder whether they'd be better off going for the half buy now and making sure they had the proper full buy on round 30. They are going to be missing a few nades here. That lack of Kevlar, never a fun position to be in for your AWPer. And only the 2 incendiaries as well, which are normally pretty important in controlling the map early on Ancient. You normally want 2 incendiaries just on mid to try and deny the T's from taking that area early. So we'll see what Gamer Legion's approach is as Greyhound. Oh, it's a stab out of spawn! How does that happen? How does that happen?
What is this game? What is this game? This is... Okay, just never mind. We got it. Oh, he almost gets sprayed down walking past as well. No! 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 What is this sequence of events?
Did the CTs do any damage to Ins in this round? Did they do any?
Oh my god. Everything that could go wrong has and is going wrong for this team of Greyhound. Whatever happens following the conclusion of this series, the only way is up. The only way. Holy potatoes.
Oh, now they're losing the numbers. Okay, Vexite brings 2 back. They need that bomb, though. And Vexite looks for more, but he goes down. It's all on Alistair. What are his options? Maybe a 1v1 fight against Neil.
Oh,
Smoke goes in. There's the shot.
$25 seconds. I think it will be a relief that the game has ended for Greyhound because holy crap, that was a rough one. But for Gamer Legion, they look strong. They exploited the opportunities they've got. I mean, the Greyhound side, you can see the frustration there, but Gamer Legion played well. They're a team who are continuing to surprise people in a positive fashion with the team that they currently have. Neelan was an absolute nuisance on that A ramp on either side of it. Kioz had great frags as well, but that was a very comfortable 2-0 for Gamer Legion, to put it mildly.
Yeah, Ancient got a little awkward at times, but they did get the win at the end there, even though Greyhound started that comeback. And listen, Gamer Legion did look pretty solid throughout. Kioz had a fantastic map to start with there on Ancient, which I think helped a lot as well. And nice to see some of the Gamer Legion players step up, because even though they've had pretty good results recently, I don't know if the players have got a lot of love or hype from the community. So I like seeing a couple of carry maps from these players. And I think overall, I mean, yeah, that second map was really weird, but you can't have any complaints if you Gamer Legion starting with a 2-0.
Yeah, I think they're pretty high ranked at the moment, but I think they're at the stage career-wise and name value-wise where they still need to make their names in the big tournaments, in the big moments, at the big finals. And that can leave them somewhat under the radar, even to this point, despite the efforts at previous majors and such. So more work to be done in that point, but it's not all about name value. It's about delivering regardless of if you have the name value or not. And they certainly did that. Again, we saw great presence of mind, like when Greyhound were on the CT side and they did the executes down the ramp, and Gamer Legion understood the task and just went towards Gay side and exploited what needed to be done, or pulled them out of position entirely and walked into empty bomb sites in a 5-on-5 situation. They gave the Greyhound the space to be aggressive without having that war of attrition, without having that volatility, that variance, and then just went and played their game afterwards to a very good effect. So huge props to Gamer Legion. On the Greyhound side, absolute nightmare. Again, we can see they had drills for Ancient. I think Gamer Legion were kind of anti-scratching them in that respect, but after that, everything that could go wrong absolutely went wrong. In the vacuum of this one series, I wouldn't be surprised if they never looked at these demos.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I think you could just see that the Gamer Legion style was quite difficult for Greyhound to deal with, because even when you go for the early aggression, Gamer Legion just seems so comfortable in the late round. I think if I were to have a biggest strength for this Gamer Legion team, it would be how comfortable they are in these late round scenarios, making sure that they don't make mistakes, making sure everything is on point, and then also just having a good understanding of what's going on overall in the macro picture of the round. Gamer Legion had a few rounds where they actually just found a free bomb site, and that always suggests their in-game leader is doing a good job. They're doing their homework. I'd say that is the biggest strength of Gamer Legion, and maybe why they flew a bit under the radar, because the players don't look crazy impressive maybe at any moments, but they're just winning rounds by playing really solid team Counter-Strike a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think the real challenge for Gamer Legion is to come, and maybe it'll come quickly with the winner of Furia and Movistar Riders to come. Furia currently making a comeback against Movistar Riders. I think it's 12-12 on the second map of the series. So they'll wait to see who their opponent is. But again, I think the challenge will become dramatically more difficult once they take this step forward. And well, they have taken a step forward, but once their opponent on the other side of the bracket takes their step forward. So we'll see how far the Gamer Legion squad can go and if they can continue to surprise people. But also, when does that surprise factor end? When do they leave that? And I think that's partly the name value conversation as well, where up against people who are more known entities, you know, I think at some point you've got to kind of put respect on their name if they continue to be consistent and deliver. So perhaps that will come during this season of Pro League. I think that would be fantastic if it did. So we shall see. But again, from what we saw here, they've got good synergy. They're on the same page. Again, I think the mid-round calls are good from the squad. They understand they've got the spatial awareness and know how to exploit it and not shy to do that. The two-man setups as well that we saw, again, the round where Akor's got the hero warp and Neelan's just trying to bring people into that reticle. The simple stuff is what wins you the rounds, and it was done effectively by the squad. So again, looking promising in the first series. Just waiting for an interview at the moment with one of the players from that winning squad. But again, I think probably the easiest draw. Again, I think looking on the Greyhound side, obviously there's more work for them to do in the lower brackets. Not much was expected of them. I think that was the worst Greyhound we will see. It's the worst Greyhound I have seen, and I think it's the worst we will see in Pro League. I can't imagine they'll have a repeat of a performance like that. Hopefully it's going to be a rare one for them.
Yeah, we hope so. I think for Greyhounds, it feels like for a while they've been at that position where they're kind of close to competing or getting map wins, but you do just see those mistakes creep in throughout the map, and there were a few on that ancient map where a couple of those go the other way. It could be a completely different game. And I think you were right to say earlier, maybe the conversation of trying to get a coach in could be really valuable for these guys, maybe just to try and iron out a few of those mistakes, because they clearly have players with potential. Even on this map, we saw it from Vexite throughout. We saw moments, we saw players stepping up. It just feels like there is that one thing maybe a little missing from Greyhound, because they haven't really got the international results recently, which is a shame, because I think they're definitely a team that could be capable, but there's clearly just a few small things maybe missing right now.
Yeah, I honestly think like the mid to late round where an experienced coach can come in, you know, the coach thing varies, but somebody like a strategic coach can come in and say, okay, if you went for this kind of timing, you have these options, or something to just give them more structure in the mid to late round where things might be a bit wobbly at the moment. I think like I think the problem is because they're in Oceania, they might not have the biggest org with the biggest resources to get somebody like that. But if they did, then I think that could certainly help them take leaps and bounds, basically. And I think they're kind of stuck in a glass ceiling until they get someone from, say, European Counter-Strike who can do that, even remotely. Just go, even like a week boot camp, going through demos and so on, saying, okay, in this window you had this, but if you went past this window, then you have that. You ended up in this window where you have these limited options, or whatever it is. I just think like a different viewpoint, showing the other options that are available in those kind of situations. I think there's a lot of rounds where they should win, or they should have a better chance of winning them, and maybe those windows slip out of their hands. And I think if they could find a fix in that regard, then that could be really beneficial for the squad. But enough about them. We've got Acor on the line from Gamer Legion. Acor, if I'm not mistaken, you are 26 years old. That makes you the granddad of the squad, with everybody else about 21.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Do you feel like you're playing with youngsters? Obviously, you've been in a lot of rosters, and many of them Danish rosters. I think the second question is, how do you feel playing with an international roster? But do you feel like you're all at the same level? The team look at you for wisdom? How does it work?
I mean, I can definitely feel like I'm the oldest one on the team. I feel like I have a bit more experience in some ways, but I feel like everyone is learning really fast. And since we lost two players, I mean, Isaac stepped up a lot, and Chaos has been stepping up, and everyone is stepping up. So taking the space has been left from the last two players. I think Neelan's calling great right now, and I think if we continue playing like this, I think we'll go to playoffs, and everything else from there, from that point, is just like a bonus for us.
So on a personal level, obviously the country you come from, English is quite common. So I feel like it's probably, tell me if I'm wrong, but probably quite easy for your national teammates to communicate in English if it need be. But with this international roster, moving away from national squads to an international one, I think some countries find it harder than others if they have to like think in one language and communicate in another. For you, do you find a difference in terms of communication dealing with an international roster like this, or is it pretty smooth?
It can be smooth. Sometimes as well we have there is problems where you don't understand like the way that different countries or cultures or languages say put together the sentences can be a bit hard to understand the way that they want to say the things they want to say. But our team right now is I think we all speak fine English. I say personally, I've been playing international quite a bit now, and I feel like it's kind of natural. I'm actually starting to lose my Danish a little bit. Sometimes I don't know the Danish word, but I know the English word, and I mean, it's kind of weird nowadays. But yeah, I think international. That's like the thing that's hard in international teams is sometimes you need to like compared to your mother language. That sometimes you can just instantly say the word that you're looking for. You have it like instantly. Instead, sometimes you might have to think about like the right word or like the right way to say it in English, and sometimes it doesn't come like natural, and it's like it's like a split second where sometimes info is very very important.
All right, something's happening in the background. I wanted to ask about Anubis though quickly. That's a map you guys, if I'm not mistaken, you hadn't played with this team up until this point, I don't think. So I wanted to ask about, has that been a sneaky map you have been practicing, and were you expecting it here?
Yeah, I can say that much. Yeah, it was definitely something we've been playing a bit lately. Yeah.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about it then? It seems like it went pretty well for you guys.
I think our practice has been really good on Anubis. We haven't played that much, but we still have played it. Like I'd say we're comfortable on it, to say the least. But yeah, it's good. It's a good map for us.
I also wanted to ask about Neelan quickly, because obviously he had a bit of a maybe rough time on EG. I mean, that whole lineup has been weird, but it's a completely different story for him here. And it seemed like you guys were getting onto a lot of empty bomb sites in this map specifically. So tell me about what it's like having Neelan as an in-game leader.
Neelan is really nice. Like he always has a point in his calling. Like he always has like a goal or like a like there's like a point behind every call he makes. He's even said that himself. Like he doesn't want to call like blindly or something. He wants like his calls to have something behind it, like a read or like something that like every call is like there's something behind the call. To say, yeah. But he's really nice to play with, and he's thinking about like he's talking to us a lot as teammates and listening to like what do we like and how to set us up and yeah, I mean we're still quite a new team and we're still learning day by day how we play each other and how everyone is playing. But yeah, I think Neelan's calling nice and we all helping, like we're making mid-round calls. Like I remember one of the rounds we had on Ancient on T side, we had I think we saw two, like me and someone else was in 2v2 and we had two guys on backline and we had like 30 seconds to, and I just said let's go it, and I mean two backline we just go in history. So I mean that's just one small example where like everyone is calling mid rounds. But yeah, Neelan's really nice to play with.
So Movistar Riders are almost 2-0ing Furia from what we can see. Is there a team that you'd rather play between the two of those in your next match?
I mean, I feel like Furia is one of those teams that can either like destroy you completely or they're not gonna show up. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen much of Movistar play lately, so I can't. I'm not gonna speak on their behalf, but yeah, I don't know. Not sure, to be honest. I think we'll take whatever comes.
Fair enough.
Just play our game and do whatever we can.
All right, well, congratulations on your 2-0. I think it's only going to get tougher from here, and enjoy Malta. Good luck with your next match.
Thank you.
Nice to have a chat with Acorn. Somebody who I think is doing the interviews very often, but interesting to see his point of view, especially with his own journey, again, being on the national squads, going to the international ones and so on, and having a resurgence, dependable AWPing. And it's very interesting to see that the team are all contributing to the mid to late round calls based on the information that they're gathering as well. So that's really nice to see. It's a team effort. I think mid to late round, that can really be what is needed to take things over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's oftentimes a big difference right now. And you kind of have to have that at the top level. I think everyone realizes now you have to have a lot of players that are willing to basically say, hey, I think I have a good read. I think I know what we need to do. And yeah, clearly it's been working out really well for these guys. They clearly get along really well. So looking good all round on the Gamer Legion front.
Gonna head to a break. There's more Counter-Strike to come, so don't go too far away. We'll see you on the other side.
We don't have the best preparation, so we cannot rely too much on our like team play and our playbook and that kind of stuff. So if we're not on individually, I think it can be rough against a lot of teams here. So I think that's all about hitting our shots to be able to go through the playoff.
The group overall, I would say we are the underdog for sure. Like that's what we think. That's what everybody thinks. In general, I think the teams are not so dangerous. Like I don't feel the danger from the teams in our group, even though they should be like way above us.
We should be looking to place 3rd or 4th. Having teams like Vitality and Astralis obviously heavy favorites, but then having teams like Furia, Movistar, who probably aren't looking the best they've ever looked right now, and then Orcs, who are a new team.
I think it's gonna be interesting to see like also Movistar, what they're gonna do, because they change rosters, there's not some players anymore. So I think it can be interesting to see Martinez instead of him.
If we get a good start here winning against NIP, we could top the group at least 1st or 2nd, hopefully, next to Vitality. I think that would be a good possibility for that.
I think on this group we have a good chance of going through, but nowadays in CS a lot of teams are very capable and they're playing strong CS. So even the teams that, for the general public watching it, they most likely think that some teams have no chance against others. They're more famous, but when it comes to the server, when it comes to the game itself, it's been very close. I think it's the closer it has ever been.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready? sound like nails on a chalkboard. Hit you harder than the darts on a dartboard. Damn it, man, I'm creepy like Candyman in a pair of hammer pants with a hammer in his hand. Say what you want, say what you wish, but say my name and it sound like you breaking a dish. Say my name in a whisper like you making a wish. You said my name in the crowd like you afraid I exist. Say my name and it feel like you peeling off a scab that ain't really even healed yet. I don't even fear threats. I don't really feel what they feel when they fear shit. I feel like the pain at a funeral when tears strip. I don't even dodge shots. I dodge bullets like a child playing hopscotch. I dodge bullets like a breakdancer pop locks. I treat your bullets like it's b-ball and block shots. My tongue is made of razor blades. I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak my name. I think I'm bulletproof. Coming from the Thunderdome like Mad Max. In a black hat, carrying a black cat. They swear they bullets pow, but I feel like they go pat pat. We running the same race, but I bet I lap cats. I'm a lab rat, you a lap cat. I'm a rap cat, a trap cat, and I backpack. I eat suckers for breakfast, and you looking like a flapjack. I be doing voodoo, that hoodoo making them back. Bringing the past back, I'ma make them flashback. I'ma make them somersault and visuals abstract. You fooling with a spirit that they talk about. Mention me in a room full of people, someone walking out. The bullet dodger, the gun ducker. Say what you want, you dumb fucker. If you want trouble, mention me please. One verse will make your lungs burst, you physically bleed. My tongue is made of razor blades. I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak my name. I think I'm bulletproof.
Out in Boca Raton, gangers be stroking your mom. She just broke up with Sean, now giving dope in the thong. We just be cloaking along, bit what you're focusing on. The lows on the bomb, bronze, blonde, posting the guam. Kissing your freak, have you straight kissing your teeth. Do 6 in the week, shows in the chicks in the sheets. Fixing to frisking the meat, missing and piss on the seat. Fixing up dishes and treats, whipping Simmons and leaks. Yeet, lest we forget what, I think with the gut. Smoke cigarette butt, she willing to cut in the opium den with the loneliest man. She said, "Cloak me, my friend, let's do it again."
I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak my name. I think I'm bulletproof.
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be aight, nigga. You tough, right?
Again, cause I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night to the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? How you feel? Turn it up a notch. Pop up clean room. vacation. Take a trip vacation. You deserve a day. You deserve a day off. Working for too long, gotta kick back. Turn my cell phone off, wait till I get back. Ooh, yeah, I did that. Living my life with no regrets. So I title, pull up on me. We did chillin', at the spot. What time? Anytime. Pull up on me. We did coolin', the chill spot. What time? Party time. I just wanna have fun. Come and beat me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night till the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel?
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. He's all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. all alone. Fill it up with tears and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Though stick it out now, is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Cut my breath, struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got 'em picking up the pieces. That me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, 'cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. 'Cause it can get dangerous, 'cause it can get please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. 'Cause it can get dangerous, 'cause it can get dangerous, 'cause it can get dangerous.
and moments that we share. Feel like breathing in fresh air. This feels like home, 'cause I can feel it in my bones. The further we're apart, the more aching in my heart. We'll have our share of hardship and difficulties, but no matter the pain, what we have will still remain. So listen to me now. I will love you through the hard times, like I love you when the sun shines. With no doubt in my mind, I'm right where I wanna be. Seasons come and then they go away, but my love is simply here to stay. From now on until the rest of my days, I'm right where I wanna be. Through the hard times, sun and shine, I will always love you, love you.
Lezi sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala. Sonke si sexy, sonke si flexy, sizobusha. Shunga intuthu khala isigubhu olokaqa. Sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa. Wozala, shana wozala. Sidla ubusha, wozotrra. Wozala, shana wozala. Sidla ubusha, wozotrra.
2x2, jump in a 4x4, ayy. Shawty came with the best friend, got the bench press, but she want more, ayy. What's in store, ayy? Just jump on the floor, yeah. Tell her who are you, ayy. With the 2 Live crew, ayy. Come on, toy on the rhythm with the ones making speakers boom, ayy. Throwing up gang signs, but I make pound signs, pinks and blue, ayy. Doing no magic, but I ain't Doctor Who, ayy.
Lezi sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala. Sonke si sexy, sonke si flexy, sizobusha. Shunga intuthu khala isigubhu olokaqa. Sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa. Wozala, shana wozala. Sidla ubusha, wozotrra. Wozala, shana wozala. Sidla ubusha, wozotrra. Ungasipotozina na, ungasilokotisha na. Shayigagaso, ungatheleki lana. Tsimbedli zinyo washa, na indandathu. Future phaka siyahamba, khalubu khafa. Sonke siyaconsa, gobhoza umfila yikha. Daki yothinta thina. Phika masiphikelana, ngena isiqephezana. Fika yenyo sigcwala, nanko magwebo sishaya. Hey, ngoko with the whip. Saka when you hit. Lezi sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala. Sonke si sexy, sonke si flexy, sizobusha. Shunga intuthu khala isigubhu olokaqa. Sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa. Wozala, shana wozala. Sidla ubusha, wozotrra. Wozala, shana wozala. Sidla ubusha, wozotrra.
Sun is shining in the afternoon light. Light a fire, get away for the night. Let's sit round the campfire, tell stories through the night. Oh, this might be the last time. Let's sit we're trying to unwind. There's a skyline, and it's smiling on us tonight. Let's sit round the campfire, tell stories through the night. Oh, this might be the last time. Let's sit round the campfire. Let's sit round the campfire. Oh,
Some people love me, and they don't even know I have a hard time loving myself. Some people judge me, and they don't even know I have a hard time judging myself. Life gets ugly, but I got a paintbrush and paint a pretty smile on myself. Mouth stay shut even when I need help. In too deep in the water, Mike Phelps. Swimming lessons, I still got many unanswered questions. Sick of the anger, sick of depression. Wanna be grateful, count your blessings. Just give me my salad, you keep the dressing. Cause I'm cream of the crop, he paid the price, I'm worth a lot. He told me go, why would I stop? rest on my thoughts. Jump off the tire, D'Lo Brown with the frog splash. Leaps of faith, what I call that. If you hit my line for the old me, when I hang up on you, don't call back. I ain't gon' block my blessings, I'd rather block your number. Life taught me so many lessons, Been down bad, never under. That's breath in my lungs. Some people die young, where I come from. Woke up and gave thanks to Father and Son. Filled with the Spirit, I shine like the sun. Ghost in me, but I ain't haunted. Bad vibes, keep them, don't want it. Pride hard to swallow, doggone it. And you were really never my opponent. I'm fighting evil, man, they hearts black. They wanted my life, told them back. Got an itch for sin, can't scratch that. Keep the truth loaded in the black gap. Just know if I said it, I'm in it, and they gon' take it back. Learn the game brighter than my granddaddy's Cadillac. Young man, oh soul, imagine that. Ain't in my control, gotta pray, let them handle that. God hit my line, gave me the play. Roger that, game time, I you hate like a running back. If you ain't catch everything I said, better run it back. Eating up this beat, break bread, where your sandwich at, y'all? Thought I was done? No, this beat ain't like Kobe, I'm too full. My God, took old mode, he too cold. I'm skating on beats, froze on with the flow.
When I'm walking through the streets, so clearly I can see a vision right in front of me. But it seems so far to reach. Now it's standing right in front of me. Feels like something I should need. Now I know where I'm meant to be. Might change my number, switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion, my fall in love. I'll be living in my passion, when I'm on the run. I wanna be with you instead. 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 Come before the storm. Streets cold, but my heart stay warm. You're everything I've been searching for. Come before the storm. Streets cold, but my heart stay warm. You're everything I've been searching for. Might change my number, switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion, my fall in love. I'll be living in my passion, when I'm on the run. I wanna be with you instead. 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 I wanna be with you instead.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership never ask the price. I hit the mall and ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swiped it once without thinking twice, cause this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks that color of the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, babe, need a love instead. Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, babe, need a love instead. Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard.
still even deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, maybe in bed, could I love instead? Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, maybe in bed, could I love instead?
Yeah, look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit on Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Yeah, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. I'm a visionist, yeah, you can't picture this, yeah. Ain't no way you cannot work me, boy, I live for this. Yeah, sipping essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental, on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo, yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel, running my route to the end zone. And they still can find me, man, you know where to find me. I'm tryna get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit on Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Yeah, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. Yeah, I just turn my L's into W's. Yeah, I just told my sins, yeah, I'm done with you. Yeah, stay in your lane, don't you pick and choose. I can't waste my time, I got a lot to lose. To the game that we all on, there was doubting us all along. Now we charting in Hong Kong, what competition, they all gone. Bless, stress, play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check, over stripes, yeah, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood?
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise. And if you want them to like you more, that only costs you who you are. Keep away from the ground. Live in the clouds. For the ones who are doubts, I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall. How I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the ground, live in the clouds. To the ones who are doubts, have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy,
He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mama grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience. Tried then, don't like baitness. Come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack. Never boast loud. Get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram. Snap that for the man. These dudes do the most. No money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crep, same fucks, fake squad, same lots, but flop. Ain't what I'm on, aim up. Don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song. If the vibe is right, the mic will let me onto the signs. I light a bite and spit the strong in the line that pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllable spinner, don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked handy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with a fan. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th.
I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Yeah, they call me in just to murder the flow. Mr. Heathcliff Huxtable, my low sweater's dope. A little Ali, yeah, I wrote it a dope. Roper a dope, till down Frazier go. Last on the cash flow, off to the next show. This year OP, on the track smashing. Live off Michigan Ave, fresh out the mansion. Sale clerks say, he's so handsome. From Heathrow to LAX, I drop anthems. Put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs lamping, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, kill the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Ivo and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino. Sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. His Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer. Final. I was was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road. It's your road. It's your road.
Fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I be swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it, yeah. You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffels is the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas.
The second game of the day is here. The first one was a blowout, but what of the second? We've got Vitality versus a very confident opponent in Orcs. We're back in busy Malta. Well, they're back. We're on the internet. We are floating through space via the cables. Actually, the cables are under the sea, not in space. They're new cables. It's a new technology. Talk about SpaceX. I am rambling at the beginning of this. Hawker. We have a game on our hands. The first game was one-sided. Only one team turned up to the server today. Now, you would think that the second game might be like this, but if you were tuned into the interviews that was showing before the broadcast started, these Orcs guys are very confident indeed.
I actually love it as well. It's, let's be real, probably unearned confidence to an extent, but sometimes that's what you need when you're a big underdog. You need to just fake it till you make it. And yeah, they were saying they think they can do very big things. And I genuinely think when the mood of a team is like that, it becomes a lot easier to relax in this sort of environment. They won't feel the pressure as much because they clearly have got a bit of confidence about them. And it is a very new lineup. They only formed a few months ago. They brought HS in alongside some Polish players. You might recognize a couple of them as well. It was SNX and Olimp, who used to play on Permitter. That was a Polish team that made it to Katowice 2023. They didn't do much there, but it shows that these players have got at least a little bit of pedigree in the Polish scene.
A shout out to Milky as well, one of the first players to come through the Gucci Gaming Academy program, joining Anonymo and now finding himself on Orcs. And if you don't know why they're called Orcs, it's because someone on HLTV comments said that one of them looked like an Orc. So they decided to make that the whole team name, which is kind of gangster. I love that. And indeed, they come into this full of confidence versus a Vitality team who need no introduction whatsoever. They are firing on all cylinders at the moment. What hasn't been said about this squad? Rank number 1, Vitality. Bobby Big Spuds on the server. Definitely an uphill struggle for practically anybody else against them. Love to see Apex succeeding as well, you know. He's such a character. I think in gaming generally, whatever game that you play, there's a distinct lack of personality, but he has it in spades. Love to see him succeed.
Yeah, I think we have arguably the #1 player in the world on the server in ZywOo, and the #1 pound for pound in fun reactions, honestly, in Apex. He's a lot of fun to watch, always gives you a little something, and I think he's doing a really good job as the leader of this team. He's transitioned to that role very, very nicely through the years, and definitely looks like he sets up this squad for success, and the firepower has just got even better with that recent roster move that they made. So very dangerous squad, and I mean, like you were saying, not an easy game for anyone, but Orcs literally don't have a ranking, and Vitality are ranked #1 in that pre-game segment there. So that kind of tells you all you need to know about expectations heading into this matchup.
Now, there are pros. I mean, obviously, pros and cons. There are pros to that situation for the likes of Orcs. They're a new team. Again, I feel like there's so much Counter-Strike being played that the more these teams play each other again and again from event to event, the more familiar they are with the habits of certain players as they face each other in scenarios time and again. And it's hard to reinvent the wheel in that respect. When you're a new team like Orcs and so on, you're somewhat unpredictable. Now the question is how much depth you can have, because of course as a young team, you might not be able to dig as deep as a ZywOo obviously, or anybody on that Vitality team, and they can be figured out within the vacuum of one map. And that's one thing that we're going to have to look out for each of these maps, is that can they keep their Vitality on their toes again, very verbally confident in the interviews beforehand, which I love, because you don't see that kind of outward aggression from teams in this scenario often, so it's great to see. But the question for me is, what happens to Orcs when things go wrong versus Vitality? Even if they get off to a good start, even if they catch them off guard here or there, when things go wrong, how will they respond to that? That's what I'm going to be looking for in each of whatever maps we play in this series.
Definitely, that is a big question. I also think a nice thing for Orcs is actually, they said the way the team formed is kind of, they were playing some qualifiers as a bit of a mix, and they really liked HS to the point where they said, we're going to switch to English to accommodate this guy. And that's clearly worked in some of the early tournaments these guys have played. I mean, their first official match on HLTV was a win over OG in an open qualifier. That shows you this team has got some promise about them. They're clearly not going to be a punching bag here, in my opinion. Maybe against Vitality, it's a different story. I wouldn't be surprised if this team causes maybe 1 or 2 upsets throughout Pro League here and really gets their name on the map and maybe finally gets a world ranking.
Yeah, you can see they've got no jerseys, rocking the ESL t-shirts. Lovely slate color, by the way, or maybe gunmetal, if you will, whatever you choose to call that color. What would you call that color, Walker?
Yeah, I don't actually know. I like this. It's not quite slate though. I think you're right. Slate would be maybe a little darker.
Yeah, I don't think it's gunmetal either. Maybe it's like midnight or something, but maybe that'd be bluer. Who knows? Anyway, we've got the veto coming soon. That's a lot of tattoos on that chap. Here we go. Mirage, classic pug map. Love to see it. Nuke's not going to be an easy one. I love that pick. Nuke versus essentially a pug team is definitely going to be an uphill struggle. Inferno, a classic decider, should it get that far. Just based on the vetoes, I think Orcs are, Vitality aside, I think Orcs are going to have to win this in 3. I think Nuke is probably the best map you could pick versus a team like Orcs. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so too. I think Nuke is just so solid for Vitality. I've seen them be so reliably good on that map, so I think you are right. It's also worth saying that the way Orcs got here was obviously through the EU qualifier. But even there, they were able to beat Bad News Eagles and SOAR, teams that have been playing these sorts of events before. So this goes to show they have been a rising commodity as of late. Don't know if they've risen enough to beat Vitality, though. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe Vitality will have a slow start. Maybe Orcs can try and find some way to try and beat the giant that is Vitality.
Yeah, getting into this one imminently, and it's going to be exciting. I love Mirage all day. Give me Mirage from start to finish, from top to bottom. Unranked Orcs, named after a HLTV comment. Props to whoever that guy is. You've made yourself famous. Versus Vitality. Orcs come into this one with confidence. Mirage is a great map for them to show what they can do. They'll be the aggressors as they were on the mic. They will be on a server as well. The T side is where they begin versus the likes of Vitality. talk about a baptism by fire. It's the very top where they will begin, but their faces will be heading to the ground immediately as they will be delivered upon by Vitality. But Olymp get a frag at the very least. That bomb is extremely lost in that mid position. But Vitality are ranked #1 for a reason, and Orcs are learning this very quickly indeed.
Well, any thoughts of a slow start for Vitality, I think, have been squashed. Unless Olymp can do the impossible. Spotted out there, so now they know roughly where he should be coming from. ZywOo in that ladder room. Best rated pistol round player in the world. It's a double kill this time. Spinks closes out the final frag. Good start for Vitality, and it is just clear how much individual skill there is on this roster. I think the 4 star players all feel like star players, which is wild to say because not many teams have that luxury. But it's hard to pick out a weakness in this Vitality squad right now. So a good start for them, and smiles already on their faces. See if those continue. Wow, it's quite rare for the only pistol to be bought to be the Tech 9 in this round. I'd have thought you'd go for the Deeg, try and land some headshots, try and crack open a bomb site.
HS had no pistol briefly. He did pick one up. I'm looking out for that now because we did see a round where
yeah.
one of the players was pistolless in the previous game. We saw so much in that previous game, honestly. There were so many different things we saw, including somebody with no weapon in one of the rounds until their teammate died, at which point they collected a pistol. So, yes, it has been a bizarre beginning to the day. If you haven't, speaking of the Gucci Academy, obviously, Milky is the Americans say alumni. If you haven't seen the mini documentary that they did with ZywOo, then definitely check it out. It's very, very interesting to get a bit more background on one of the best players in the world. They are having a very successful clean out of this second round. I do think that there's probably an overhaul of, like an Overpass-esque overhaul of Mirage that's already started. And maybe it's already complete, who knows? We saw leaks of New Inferno, and I imagine even if more than one is complete, they'll drip feed them out one by one. So I'm very curious to see what a new and improved Mirage will look like in that respect. But for now, the old precious CSGO Mirage will continue. Vitality haven't been challenged too much just yet, but the AK-47s are out for the Orcs now.
Bit of damage there on mid. The bomb is in Palace, by the way, alone. So this is set up as a split. It's getting denied in that mid portion, though. Such a strong setup there for Vitality in and around mid. And now Veggie is seeing if he can find the timing from Palace, but Apex just slips back. That might have been the window of opportunity gone away from Veggie now. He will decide to fall back in a 2v4. Not easy to come back from here. Okay.
Nice
I mean, a one tap.
You're gonna one tap someone. Yeah, make it ZywOo. Oh yes,
hey.
Yes. More Milky, please. 2-1-2. The bomb still in the hands of Orcs. You can see Veggie carrying it on the radar. Now with Spinks not finding anything just yet, Magisk will certainly be staying towards that A-bomb site. But how long are Orcs gonna hold this for? 30 seconds. And a walk towards short. Eventually they'll have to start running though, so I imagine Spinks will likely get some sound cues. Because otherwise you have no time to clear the bomb site itself, and that could be very problematic indeed. And off they go. Well, there's all the information. This might be a winnable round, but surely they plant 4 short. Will they get the plant in time? Spinks going for what he can see. That leaves Veggie in the clutch then. 1 versus 2. With that smoke in the middle of the site. Could have headed towards the shop, could have headed elsewhere. Speaking of heads, man just doesn't have one anymore, leaving Spinks in the clutch then. But where is he coming from? Spotted, but it's Veggie to be swatted by the likes of Spinks, and the clean sheet remains for Vitality.
Good start for Vitality, who have become a team who don't really lose against underdogs very often. You look at some of their recent losses, one against Ents, one against G2, maybe that loss against NIP all the way back in the Blast groups could be an upset that you say is against a lower ranked team, but in general, they have been pretty reliable as of late, and we're seeing that early here. No slow start needed. Content was lovely from Milky though. I think that is the main aim for Orcs at this event. It has to be just show that you are competitive, show off your individual skill, so you can compete at this level of Counter-Strike. See if that comes through for them. This time a fast A play being prepared with Apex committed to the site. That molly is spreading. He still gets a kill. There's no one there to trade for Orcs.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a fast play because of the lack of utility, really, but they get stuck in the choke point. Versus Vitality, they don't want to get stuck in a choke point. They are showing you why Imagine spun through the smoke as they will be dispatched of Orcs. They came into this one with confidence, but maybe now they're realizing just what they are up against as Vitality grow from strength to strength. So they're doing some damage, Orcs, so they're keeping it competitive in the sense that they can break Vitality at some point, but bearing in mind Orcs are going to be on pistols for this round. Vitality have a chance to build again. There will be some investment to keep that CT economy lower rather than higher. As we can see, Milky's been given a scout. So far, it kind of feels like a Cub is playing a bit too much with the main Lion. Gets a swipe. See how much bite Orcs have as this continues.
There's a bit of utility in this round. Oh, that nade onto Milky won't help, though. Thought they might flash him in to try and get a pick. He's gone dry. Meanwhile, the flash set up in reply. Magisk actually peeks before the flash and gets a double kill because of it. And that tag on the scout, not enough. Solid work from Magisk as that anchor. Doesn't look like we're going to get much out of Orcs here. 5-0 for Vitality, and they haven't had too many issues so far.
It's quite an interesting, it's almost like an exhibition, like the vacuum of this one map. Mirage, the opening map, picked by an up-and-coming new squad. Essentially, you know, you could call them a pug team. Maybe whether they've got synergy or not, I think in this scenario, it's like a pug team who've got a lot of skill versus the best team in the world. But as an exhibition, it's quite a fascinating scenario. And I think Mirage is a great start to this, just to see how it plays out. Quite curious about it. It's been quite interesting so far, and Vitality have shown why they are the best. See how it continues. Again, a fast play for a delayed drop from Veggie, but he'll be dispatched off by Magisk as well, who is on an island now, dealt with by S18. Reinforcements keep on coming, but Vitality have got the man advantage. He'll be happy to play retake in this spot. There'll be a pop flash for S18 to try and find some more. Put it one towards Connector, waiting for him to come out. And then there were two, Milky and Olymp. That bomb is rotating elsewhere, so Olymp may have to die on his sword here. We'll see what Milky chooses to do. He will be found eventually, I am sure.
Well, Milky landed one shot back on that AWP. Now they know where he is, though, and Apex will cut off any retreat. So these two other players can stick around on A. Currently both looking towards ramp on the Vitality side, but I think now that the time has ticked a little further, they realize the reposition is a possibility. Flames will play the headshot angle against the AWP on this right side. It's going to be very hard for Milky to handle. They've even got a flank coming with 30 seconds remaining. This is brutal for Milky. Even the save would be difficult at this point.
If they frag him, you've got to say the milk's gone bad.
I
Apex has got a fair chunk of money as well. He'll be about 10k once this round is concluded. So I wouldn't be surprised if they send it on Milky. Oh, he's in so much trouble. I don't think he survives this. The milk's gone bad!
You're so excited to say it.
I was. I really was.
I'm happy you got the chance.
6-0 then. Welcome to real Counter-Strike, say Vitality. I don't even know what they could take from this, really, from what we've seen so far. They've gone for some fast rounds towards A. They've been drilled. Magisk has over-delivered. He's found 2. Yes, he's been traded, but the numbers, he did enough to keep. The numbers good for Vitality. They can chill on the other side of the smoke grenades. They haven't been able to plant a bomb fast enough, Orcs, to play that post-plant. Or even plant a bomb. So there's lots of challenges that they have to solve within, well, right now, basically. Got to figure out a way in versus the likes of Vitality. SNX and HS both on 1 frag apiece. The rest not doing much better.
Yeah, not much going for Orcs right now. Milky did get dropped a Tech 9 because he only had $100 after dying after time in that previous round. So the squad will also get what they can, and they've been trying some of these fast A plays, but Magisk has been reliable so far. This time he might be in trouble. No kills for him. Zywoo's in CT, and there's no smoke to deny. They keep on going for him. The dink's not bad. Zywoo will back on up, and Flames takes initiative instead. He'll mop up the final 2 frags. Not bad ground game from Orcs, but not enough to get that bomb down.
Flames is a beast. He is awesome. He's the only Counter-Strike player I've given a jar of honey to. That was before he joined Vitality, so it seemed to be prosthetic. Oh. That was quite a nice shot, wasn't it?
Not bad from Zywoo, not bad. But not a good display for us, 11-1. Man, Orcs are really going for this A execute, aren't they? They're convinced it'll work eventually.
See how it goes. If they can slightly adjust something, maybe it can work out better for them. They had chain flashes in the previous round. This time there's no answer. Zywoo is still standing for the time being, but these smokes will be a problem. They need to get this bomb planted quickly, though. Zywoo is 12 for 1, having problems fragging him, as everybody does, pretty much. So there's a bomb plant, but there isn't a round for Orcs, as an 8th is found for Vitality. So far, so good. Again, this is kind of what you want to see in this scenario, generally speaking. You want to see your dominant team dominant, and the pugging team get slapped around a bit. And that's kind of what's happening at present. They are earning their stripes, Orcs.
Yeah, I like the switch up in some of the nades and some of the plays there for Orcs onto A, because Magisk was getting a lot done from under Palace. They run out through ramp and they get some flashes onto him a little sooner, so they can actually get that opening kill. But it's still not enough because the rest of Vitality are so solid on those rotates. Again, this play out through A. Zywoo's got the kill on mid. Magisk tries to switch it up, but the molly too good. So Magisk getting a lot of action here on this A site, but this time a 4v4 post plant could be established. That's much more like it for Orcs.
Apex coming in from the back. He's only got 1 death as well. Flashes are here's Zywoo. The quick scope is dirty. The man almost never misses, but maybe there's a chance. He's finally been fragged for a 2nd time. Apex and Spinks coming through. Apex's flank is very close indeed. Spinks has got 8150 and no diffuse kit, which could have a part to play in this round. Milky dispatched of. Is there an angle for default? SNX now up over the smoke. Spinks may find him first, though indeed he will. And Apex is the man to get that diffuse with the kit. Somebody tell Spinks to buy a kit, please.
I mean, they're basically maxing out on money. Oh, he's picked one up. He doesn't have to buy one.
Cheating.
Oh, good retake in the end, but it's all about Zywoo. Some of these shots, that one's not easy. That's a good one, and then this. Oh, quick adjustment. SNX did get that lineup in reply, but still Vitality have that flank from Apex, which makes a pretty big difference. Spinks makes sure to defend his comrade. 9-0. Hawks getting a little closer to round wins, but still see on the kill counts that Vitality have been pretty damn dominant here.
So much glow in the keyboards on the Vitality side. Really cool with the French flag keycaps for those wielding that. Waiting for one more keycap set. A Scrabble keycap set, which I already have,
wow.
but a different profile. DSA rather than XDA, and then I'm done. And I'm out of the game.
Scrabble one sounds cool. I like
It
that.
is amazing, yeah. So that's the Cassido, who is a developer who also makes keycaps on the side. But anyway, Orcs have another full buy. They're dumping a lot of util. That bomb heading towards the A bomb site with the fake sold towards B, perhaps. And Magisk is still here and still needs to be dealt with. Surprise, says Magisk. He found a bomb, and now he's got a crossfire with Apex. Apex, who is 10 for 1. Make it 11. Make it 2. 3 on 3 for Orcs as they try to find their first round versus the #1 ranked team here at ESL Pro League. Trying to keep their feet out of the fire. Flames is a difficult man to deal with on Mirage, especially. That much was clear in the OG days and continues to be so in the Vitality days. Not just for this map either. Magisk will finish off the job. Another one for Flames. Flamesy. I say Flames most of the time, but it is Flamesy. So I'll say it here and there.
I love that position from Magisk. Rotate was over to B, and notice how many different positions Magisk has played on this A site as the anchor. Keeps switching it up, and Orcs are struggling to deal with that right now. And just up on Palace, that little corner is really hard to clear quickly. That's why he can just get away with that kill that he needed, drop that bomb. Might be time for Orcs to try this B site instead. They haven't had any real success on those A plays. Looks like much more of a default round from Orcs, which really see much of so far.
That angle has the shelf life. It's becoming shorter and shorter. The expiry date is around the corner on that jump peak. Use by insert dates here. The angle is different in the CS2 version, even before a full overhaul comes through. Right now, it feels like, have you ever seen a food mallet? Like if someone has a steak, sometimes they'll batter it with a food mallet. It feels like Vitality are the food mallet, and Orcs are a slice of sirloin right now, simply getting smashed on a kitchen table.
Yeah, and it continues. I think they were hoping, because Olymp was on the B site, that they could draw the rotation. Vitality not going to fall for those tricks, though. And Spinks with 3 kills, catching up with the rest of the squad. 11-0 then.
Mate, you've got nuke to come.
I know,
Bro,
right?
dude, bro. You've got nukes to come versus Vitality, man. That's going to be, that needs to be after the watershed. They need to delay that map.
Yeah.
Sonic's got not much to do today. He could leave.
He looks very relaxed, yeah, gotta say. Alright, 15 and 3 on Zywoo. HS is gonna move into mid. HS, a player with a bit of experience. If you remember back towards 2016, 2017, played for Rogue, Penta, Optic, all solid teams. There we go, HS is getting involved now. Headshot there onto Apex. Edgy doing a bit of damage onto Magisk as well. They've actually snuck in through connector here. Zywoo's got him there. Oh, and he's not scoped in. He doesn't spot HS. This is finally a chance for Orcs.
Reaping towards B. No sound cues for Flame Z. Flame Z. He makes no assumptions and handily deals with the matter. He's been so fun to watch for Vitality. How instantly he's been dependable for the squad. Like if you look at the B-bomb site on Inferno, we've seen so many multi-frags from him. In a short time, he's been on the Vitality squad. And they got him for free. They got him for free. They collected vouchers on a weekly magazine and cashed them in and got flamesy.
Yeah, just such a great player to pick up. Pretty much perfect timing, right? Becomes available. He's clearly a great fit. And it's working out wonders for Vitality. There is this B-sided play. Flames has been tested all that often on this site itself. Smoke will be popped down. Apex here to help him. Jump up should be denied. Flames almost a second through the smoke, but Olymp comes out of nowhere. 2 kills from that back line. Now we're into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Spinks is a bit far away for the time being as well. Great continuation spray from Magisk, who stands with a single point of health. No grenades to frag him with. There'll have to be a gun. Clock is ticking. Diffuse kits for everybody. Magisk will get the AWP as Zywoo and Spinks come through to do the rest of the work. 6 HP for Veggie. Someone's got to get on that bomb quickly, though. Magisk towards that bench position, but Zywoo's the one to deliver the job. Clean sheet remains then. Will it be 15? You start to wonder. I don't know if any of these rounds have been close. That one was close maybe in terms of time. Kind of saw the win coming for Vitality.
Yeah, even when Orcs are getting onto bomb sites, it's not like a position where you expect them to win the round in the majority of scenarios, especially because that A site, which has been hit so often, very retakeable. On this occasion, B was retakeable as well. His first kill from Magisk really helped make a difference there. And this, I mean, what do you want to do against Zywoo? He's got that sort of ability within him. Or in the right position again from Zywoo. Little gap. Rare miss coming in there from Zywoo, but the nade do a little more damage. S18 down to 12 health. Control has been taken by Orcs though, without a casualty, so some positives to take from that.
A lot of footsteps heading towards the short position, and guess who? It's Zywoo! Come to Papa! Oh boy, bomb has been dropped, repositioning. Flames will steal one of the kills at the very least, and Zywoo will make some space for himself, looking to get even dirtier with these frags, avoids all the grenades, and Flames, there's no way you could go. There's no good option. Everything is bad. Every direction is bad, but it's even worse when you head towards Zywoo.
Third timeout taken. I do love the idea that they're playing Guess Who, and every player on the opponent's thing is Zywoo, but they just never guess him. They just keep messing it up. Kind of feels like that right now. They can't find him. 20 kills in a half. Not bad from Zywoo.
I do like the hubris though. Don't clown on them for the hubris. We want hubris. We want outrageous statements being made. We want lofty targets. Even if people crash and burn, you want a smack talk, etc. More of that, please. Well then, Vitality. 2 more to go for the 16-0. Vintage strats there, smoke up on short and grenades in the window, but nothing doing. Easily avoided. 15-0, Vitality unchallenged in the first half. How long will the second half go? Will it be 1 round? Will it be more? Find out very soon.
Hey baby, all I want is to be loved by you. But you would never take me as I am, it's true. 소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 멀어질까봐 I don't know. Oh, 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 너 나를 믿어 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아 널 잠든데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아 싫은 척하고 얼른 말해봐 보여 계속 기다리게 하지 마 Goodbye 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잡아 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 바빠 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 하지 마 하지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 Overdose 그만 flow 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 바빠 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 다 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아 널 잠든데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상
That's a great way to bring us back from the break because that man Zaiwu is having a great time. It's a warm-up for him for the matches to come. They are going for a 16-0. I love the camaraderie on this side of Vitality. I don't think this is a big deal, even if this is to be a 16-0 for these Orc lads. I don't think it's a big deal at all. It's fine. It's the best team in the world, damn it! They're ranked #1!
Not wrong, not wrong. Here we go. 15-0. Do they get it? I'm not going to say the magic word because everyone thinks it's a jinx as soon as you say it. They are running into B though. HS with the dualies. Zaiwu down early, but Magisk able to trade. Olymp with one straight back. But Flames gets it into a 3-on-3, and this should be a bomb plant unless Veggie has something to say about it.
Angles, they've got personnel. Flames now is in the clutch. 1 versus 2. A minute 20. Bomb plant's no longer important. Needs to focus on his headshots, but Milky will deny the dream. Twitch chat in shambles. YouTube as well. 14 game points. Uphill struggle, to put it mildly. Well, that's cut down the memes by 60%. Let's see what else they can do.
Yeah, it would be a real shame if they then just lost against P250s, wouldn't it? There's a Deeg in there as well.
P250 is the most perfect, balanced weapon in the game. Shotguns aside, of course. I think
You
people
always
have...
love the P250. It's always there for you.
Yeah. Indeed it is. I think, you know, I've been on the shotguns a lot recently. I've got a rifle competition this weekend. But the shotguns have been fun. We need to add slugs to Danger Zone. That's what we need. Too OP to put in competitive Counter-Strike, but as like a care package drop.
Okay.
It would be. Will this be fun for Orcs? Olymp manages to survive, somewhat outmaneuvered by Flames, but he is still standing. The big guns delivering on this occasion. Spinks maybe creating some space, showing some presence. The team are coming in behind him. The second round maybe for the likes of Orcs. If you named your team after a comment from HLTV, what kind of logo would you create for it? Like a big green thing with long ears and a massive nose, or what? What does an orc even look like? I don't play this kind of games. What's that, like a Warcraft?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if you've seen Lord of the Rings.
I don't
You're
watch
not a
anime,
fancy man
mate.
in general?
I don't watch
No?
anime. Sorry.
Anime. Wow. Good to know. Wow. Do have the guns out from Vitality. Finally a chance for the AKs. No, Zywoo's been rifling a lot lately. He said he's enjoying the AK recently. Let's see if he can close out the map with it. I think I'm glad that Orcs didn't get 16-0'd. You know, HLTV, if they'd have heard, they already named the team, sort of, and then they get 16-0'd. I don't know what they're going to go with. I'm sure it would have been chaotic. Veggie's got off to a good start then. Played on VP briefly, did Veggie. That's a good trade from Zywoo. That AK is springing into life. Still a lot more to do, though, because his teammates are falling around him. 2 on 3 to try and overturn.
Brain is processing where the CTs might be. SNX has made his way towards top mid. He has a bad weapon for the job in terms of range. Perhaps he can collect something. He'll collect an AK, but can he get into the action fast enough? His teammates need help. You can see him disengaging. And again, Zywoo will be wondering why. Positioned himself well, just showing the AK. Oh, that was the chance gone. Nice taps from SNX. Spinks then 16 seconds to do more damage, trying to find this clutch as the clock runs down. One more to go, quick reload. Stuck by the pillar. There was a jump there from Spinks, and SNX will get another round for the Orcs. Happy faces. How long will this run go on for, though?
Not a bad recovery here from Zywoo initially, but SNX coming in on that flank, just about getting that tap onto Zywoo. Wasn't in a good enough position to close out the round, even if it came a little close towards the end. Jump not going according to plan for Spinks. Molly was put down into A ramp early, but Vitality are ready to pounce here with a lot of utility. Problem is, there's a big rotate from Orcs. They've just pushed through underpass, so they've got 4 players towards A. They're ready for a shutdown. Wow. That was a round where they have all the reads, they have the info against the low weapons. No issues there. Another test about to be sent their way over on the Orc side. Elsewhere on the other side of the bracket, of this upper bracket, is Astralis going up against NIP. Winner of this game will play the winner of that game. Still very early on. HS, wow, what a shift he's putting in this round. That CT AK delivering. He's got a triple kill.
Is this the
to
run?
see the experience shine.
Is this the run? That's the question.
All the way back.
All the way back. Spinks and Magisk remain.
Wanted to clear out close angles with the molly so we can get that bomb back. Flash in will be heard. Doesn't matter though. SNX with that MP9 doing great work. And Spix will be shut down as well. So a flawless round for Orcs, not losing any players.
Looking focused as well, which is good. I think maybe it was, you know, quite jolly before, but it's like, all right, we're winning some rounds. Let's just focus on the next one, see how it goes. Finding success. So back to business faces. This is good.
Good to see. Definitely do look focused at the start of this round. Only into the mid boxes to try and deny Vitality. Vitality will start to slowly establish that mid control with the Deegs and the Scout. Do almost get the feeling that this round could finish, or this game could finish with a round like this from Vitality, where their players just land a few headshots. Who knows? Let's wait and see.
Swing and a miss from Apex. Indeed, often a game has been ended like this, but this might not be one of them. Although Zaiwu and Pistols may have something to say about this. Sort of little bait there, the jungle player making a few steps. They're in the reds. Olim's just like, nah, mate, just hunt him down. Give him the 1v1. It is Zaiwu, though. He's got 40 seconds, man. That bomb is very far away. Zaiwu is surrounded, and now there's only 2 of them left. Veggie on the site with 22 HP, and he knows exactly where he is! Oh God. Just has a picture of the round, man.
It is so fun watching him work, watching him try and work out those scenarios. HS has stepped up in recent rounds. I mean, Zaiwu holding the angle, re-aiming for the jump up. And he waits for this, gets a headshot, finds that little gap in the smoke. Suddenly you think it is very winnable. Doesn't happen, but the fact he even makes it feel like it's possible is wild. Here come the guns though. Zaiwu's got the AWP. Almost able to land that shot. Meanwhile, Olim pushing through underpass. Spinks caught out. Zaiwu gets one in reply, and Veggie not here in time. Zaiwu ready for both. He about to 30 bomb. He doesn't even go down there. 3 HP, but he survives.
No respect when he scopes in whatsoever. Just gonna keep peeking. 4 on 3 for Vitality. Zaiwu has all the angles. Not sure if SNX is close enough to hear that scope. Yeah, he'll hear these footsteps. Flamesy's here to deal. Or is he? It's a very quick swing for SNX. He knows there are more lurkers. Dealt with. But will he know that there's even more lurkers? Bomb site has been taken now. Milky making his way towards CT as Magis tries to clear it. Has he been heard? Just running straight into the hands of Milky as Apex will go for the transfer, and that will fail. Orcs are heading towards that halfway mark now. Well, they're pretty much there once they reach 7. We have a different game on our hands now.
Obviously 7 rounds in a row for Orcs, who couldn't pick up a single T round themselves. They're looking for the flawless shutout again. Spacing could have been uncomfortable when they went down into the disadvantage, but the players able to bring the round back. So they set up outside that A site, ready to play retake. And now we've got the double AWP setup in play for Orcs. If they can continue their success. Milky, very aggressive. I like that the confidence is still there. This run boost, so hard to hit though, and Milky is in trouble. Flames gets him out of there right at the start of the round.
Very, very lost indeed. Unfortunate timing for Milky with the play from Vitality. That's a very early 5-on-4. Minute 30 on the clock. HS outstaying his welcome despite eating the flashbang. That just increases the urgency here for Orcs. Could be the end of the line for them unless they can find more from this. Then there were two. Olymp is in trouble. 15 HP for him. Both coming for Flamesy. That will allow Vitality to take control. All over the A-bomb site. Where is SNX headed? He's going all the way around. Better get your skates on. They've both got kits. They're both pretty tagged. One coming from CET, one coming from T-Spawn. Smoke won't be there forever, but this is a lot of time being burned. They've got to find these frags quickly. SNX is going to be the one to make all the noise, and Spinks will dispatch him. That's going to be the end of the line then. Vitality take it 16-7, very close to a 16-0, but not quite there. Either way, an easy opening map for Vitality. We'll see if things improve in the next one.
Please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous.
I've been contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me.
Well then, a game of Mirage we had. It was an interesting science project, if you will, a new, somewhat puggy team versus the top-ranked team in ESL Pro League on a map of Mirage, a 15-0 CT side for Vitality. Said all that we came to learn from that game of Mirage. What can we really say about that, Hawker?
Yeah, I think happy to see Vitality aren't skipping a beat is one of the main things. Sometimes you see teams come in a little slow at these sorts of events because they know they've got second and third chances, but not the case here for Vitality, which I'm really happy about personally. I feel like this squad with the new addition of Flames should still be at a point where they're taking things very seriously, still grinding a fair bit to make sure they can stay on top. And other than that, just, yeah, happy to see ZywOo obviously play incredibly well. I think 28 kills he ended on. Who can complain about that?
Yeah, again, it was, I think from a viewer perspective, it's a good test to see how a team could deal with unpredictability, because not every team can deal with that so handily when you don't really know what to expect from your opponent and they're trying to kind of throw chaos at you and storm into a site and so on. But Vitality dealt with it handily, and I think you need to be able to deal with that. You need to have those tools in your toolbox if you want to be considered one of the best teams or the best team in the world, and Vitality certainly did. So I think that's the main takeaway. I think the second half is kind of a non-starter. I think the first half is really the whole story of the map. However, from the Orcs POV, I think the second half does give them, some success, some momentum, which is good going into the second map rather than having absolutely zero. So there's a little bit of psychology there and just general, being warmed up, etc. But apart from that, it only gets worse in theory because Nuke's going to be a very tough cookie to crack. But if Orcs can, once they're on a T side, if they can keep the Vitality forward, then who knows? But looking at the way Mirage went, that is a very big if and a very tough ask.
Yeah, it's also a map where there's obviously wildly different expectations for these teams. There's almost part of me that wonders how much Orcs could actually learn from that map if they watched it back. Maybe they could take away that they need a little more variance to their playbook, maybe some slower, more drawn out rounds. But there were just so many rounds there where it felt like they maybe sort of got into the site and then Vitality just outclassed them, or Vitality just shut them down early. It's kind of hard to take that many immediate things away from that map when it's so one-sided. Kind of feel like it's not like there's any small things you can try and fix in some of those rounds. It just kind of felt like they got outclassed, unfortunately.
Yeah, if anything, I think just look at how Vitality dealt with what they were doing. So if that happens to them, then they can see a good example of how you can deal with it. We're going to have a look at our aim high head-to-head. We chose 2 Vitality players based on how the first half went, because it was pretty crazy and very one-sided. So the head-to-head is within Vitality because it was that dominant.
Yeah, we saw Magis getting a lot of action on that A site. I loved how he changed up his position as that anchor. I think in general, if you're trying to play anchor spots in Counter-Strike, Magisk is always a good shout for a player to watch. Switches up his positions well, oftentimes isolates angles, so he's not just trying to fight both at once. He'll try and isolate one side of the push. And then ZywOo, we know, positioning incredible shots. Basically did nothing wrong, it felt like, on this map. He was 15-1 at one point, as you could see. So just goes to show how consistently good this guy is.
Yeah, we broke the stats page, putting the AWP versus the Sniper, but it's the B stream. We can do whatever we want. But again, big credit to Magisk. He had to be a brick wall on that A-bomb site. There were many challenges coming his way, and he was often good for at least 2 in the rounds where he did fall. There's a perfect example of one. So, again, great credit to Magis, delivered the goods to keep that 15-0 going, or keep that 0 going for Orcs anyway. That's a multi-frag from him and plenty more to come.
Also a good example of how the stats can be very different based on your roles, right? Magisk was, I think in the first half especially, always going to have way more deaths than most of the other players because they kept running at him. But if he gets 2, sometimes even 3 kills on the hold, he's done more than enough. He's done his job incredibly well. So great game from Magisk, and I mean, what more can I look for out of Vitality? That is just the exact sort of performance I wanted.
Yeah, a very simple game. They delivered what they needed. And on to the next one. Again, Nuka's, again, I think the experiment continues. We've got the Petri dish and our electron microscope, and we're just seeing how the organisms do in a hostile environment. That hostile environment comes after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Everybody in our business talking about it all. Baby, when I hit you up, you don't wanna talk. You ain't pulling up, baby, like you used to. Fuck these other bitches, girl, I only want ya. But you always build me up to let me down. Fuck these other bitches, I only want you. So why you pull me down, girl, the way you do? And no matter how bad you treat me, girl, I'll be there for you. So tell me why you always build me up to let me down. You build me up to let me down. Now you got me running round. You build me up to let me down. You build me up to let me down. You build me up to let me down. Now you got me running round. You build me up to let me down.
Investigators looking for the culprit with the narcotic dope-ish. Making sodas for poets. He had a full white beard. People thought he was Moses. Overdosed it. Murdered the whole block cause his verses was potent. At that moment, the fools was heartbroken cause he pulled out his mic and blasted speakers wide open. Diagnosed it. Found out victims were still jonesing for that moolah-ish. So we dug up a bad omen, no emotions. Smudging off opponents, not knowing how them afros got puffy without Sean Coleman. Meanwhile, his stacks was growing and elbowing. Cats back in his past, he started to outgrowing police. They kept probing with campaigns and slogans, want him dead or alive. Soon enough, they was hoping at the crime scene. Examining his hemoglobin, C notes embedded in his genetics, they didn't notice him. The plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens. The plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens. International act radical, not thinking rational, taming these wild animals, blowing out the flammable candle, pulled out the box, made them more incompatible, unnatural. The way he murdered it so casual, kept stabbing that ish. A witness said he was fanatical, killing the whole avenue with something intangible. Facts that weren't actual, leaked out to throw him on track. It was tactical, grabbed the apparatus, but he had to do it manual. Split the whole avenue with fresh holy mackerel funeral. funerals at the tabernacle. It was drastical, media made it more graphical and more dramatical, like it was something that could happen to you. Street life crime became theatrical, villains became heroes, and youths got adapted to. It was a rap for you after the crack smacked at you, catching you with a felony, and enemies would clap at you. The plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots.
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
We return to the blue waters and yellow rocks of Malta for our second map, Nuke. I would imagine this will be a slower affair, it being Nuke and all, but once the Orcs get to the T side, then perhaps we'll see them storming into the A-bomb site as they were on Mirage. Maybe the result will be the same. I would imagine it will be so, but it's up to them to show us differently.
Yeah, it's not just the win rate that Vitality have on this map, it's the teams they're beating. Ents, Na'Vi, G2, all taken down on this map. There's obviously a reason they picked it. We'll get to see how strong they look on this one. It is Vitality starting on that T side. No P250 in this one, just the utility. Maybe that suggests they're going to go close quarters into this A-bomb site.
Apex on the roof. Indeed it is. There's the molly. And here come the flashes. How long will SNX last? Long enough to get one on the roof, drop down and find another one. The Zywoo and Flames are not here anymore because they've been dealt with very handily indeed. And Milky's making some noise. Let's go. I know what that looks like when someone's screaming it. Orcs take the pistol handily. And so it begins.
That's nice. Yeah, I think that'll help them a lot. Help bring the mood back up. And that is obviously the first time they've had the lead at any point in this series. So that'll be nice to be able to say going forward. See if they can keep it up. Very well denied by SNX, have to say. Getting that first kill with the dualies, dropping down for a second. Really slowed down that push, which helped tremendously. Now they should have a very easy time against this lightest of light investments from Vitality.
Oh no. Oh yes, he's dealt with it. Apex was just around the corner. Didn't have the tools for the job, but I'm very curious as to how things might change once Vitality come in for a full buy. Spinks has an opportunity to do as much damage as possible now. I think Veggie will hear him falling back though. New man Spinks, P250 and an MP9. A question of damage for him. There's certainly some damage he could do. Both HS and Veggie are somewhat maimed in this round. Now it gets scary for HS. Do you want to engage further with an M4 to be lost? He does, and he will lose the M4. Big swing, and that's the damage done. M4 is collected, and I think Orcs will be okay with that.
Bit of money made by Spinks. In theory, he could buy the AWP now if he wanted, but without Kevlar, I don't think he's the man to go glass cannon. So AKs it is. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Zywoo just rifles this whole half. He's been doing that a lot lately on T side. Sometimes map dependent. As Vitality have those AKs out. And with that little bit of damage, maybe they can reset that CT economy early here. Leads into door early. Veggie dodges the utility. should reply with some of his own. Apex. Not sure if he got spammed through there, but he's taken some damage. He's doing a good enough job at denying that squeaky presence early.
Good level of util for Vitality. That Molotov will be key. Although, speaking of util, Orcs have held on to quite a lot with the minutes on the clock. So how do Vitality deal with this? There is the execute into A as far as the utility is concerned. Magic's looking for something towards the ramp, but again, Orcs have used their util well. 4 on 4 as HS is dropped. Still a lot of time though. As I heard rotation, I wonder. 40 seconds on the clock, and Orcs have lost a lot of position upstairs. Don't get that for free. Very deliberate positioning by Zaiwu. But still, SNX up the ladder will find something. 25 seconds for that bomb to get planted. Apex on the flank, and he's going to find both of them. Olymp eats a flash from Apex, and Vitality are on the board early.
You already see those CT rotations potentially struggling here against Vitality. Bit of presence shown by Vitality in some positions. I think it was Apex getting a kill towards Yard that really started to make Orcs second guess and rotate down to B so heavily. But that commitment, when you rotate down the vents, you're basically trapped. You basically can't come back up. Even after SNX got that kill with the MP9, Apex is just in such a good position to deal with those squeaky players. So perhaps an overcommitment there, an over-rotation from Orcs. And this round, well, the USPs have stacked the wrong place. That should be about it, in all honesty. Play for exits.
Fast eco round is a good eco round, although you may have to wait for the bomb plant to go off. Which is less than ideal. I love this AK skin, by the way, the Autotronic. I don't have it at the moment because I'm a Jet Set man, but I think it is one of the underrated ones in the game.
Matches the Vitality card as well, so
yeah,
it's always on brand.
The Quantum Bellator Fire stickers looks quite good on those, and then Orc drama came out, so it's like, well, gotta take these off. Can't do my art anymore. I'm just here trying to do some art, man. Arts and crafts.
I like being able to do it in CS because I'm terrible at arts and crafts in real life.
When this agent came out onto Nuke, that black dude on the right, people were like, oh, James Bardoff, they put you on the map. Come on, man. I'm
Jesus.
Mixed race, bro. I'm 50-50. That's not my complexion at all.
Oh, boy. Well, there is still the buy now from Orcs. Get to look forward to. Vitality setting up this A play early. They may just try and test this A bomb site. Oh, and it's worked wonders. Sphinx emerging through. It is all action for Vitality. Orcs not able to deny, and that could be a real problem going forward.
Maybe trying to squeeze out a little too much util. All too late for those guns coming. Great storm for Vitality, and indeed, I'm already internally questioning how many CT rounds we might see from Orcs versus rank 1 Vitality. Magic hasn't had much to do just yet. Interesting video we saw Jackie put up on the increased bomb radius on the bomb sites in CS2. They've really had a real focus, the devs, on they've left like nothing for granted, I feel like, in terms of looking at how we can make the game different and reset things. So it doesn't feel like the same game with a little differences here. So I do wonder what else we haven't considered that might be coming down the pipe.
Yeah, I remember Nuke, the bomb radius was always awkward because of the elevation of the sites. So I wonder if you could like make the thickness of the walls make you take less damage somehow. That would be kind of cool, because I think you obviously want to stop being able to save while looking at the bomb.
Yeah. But surely that opens the window for late defuse attempts as well to be more successful.
Exactly.
People like me going for the ninjas.
Gotta do it.
I've got some nasty ones on train. I hope that's coming back soon.
Oh, for sure.
Milky's got to find something with this AWP and then go somewhere else and try and find even more. The first part has been successful. Apex has been dropped, but what else can he do? Can he still have an impact on the remainder of this round? Because that one kill probably won't be enough. See an increase in pace from Vitality now as they look to target the B-bomb site. Olymp's going to be here with his M4. He'll say hello, show some presence. He's in control of control, and Vitality will try and get something done, but they will take heavy losses in the meantime. HS here with an AK now, and there'll only be one player lost here for Orc, so that was quite a challenging round where they managed to find great success.
Yeah, Orcs will be delighted with that. And maybe a little bit of a slower start from Zaya Wu. They actually caught him off guard in that round, which is something that's quite rare. It was Olymp just pushing on the back of those flames that was unexpected. Nice double swing as well through the window room. I like that. And then they were able to catch Zaya Wu out. So very well done there after winning those early trades. See if Vitality go back to that A site at any point. Did demolish it one of those earlier rounds. Got some utility in early. Spinks takes nade damage. Looks like this play might be set up shortly here.
Here we go again. Well, the mollies are here at least. There'll be some counter grenades as well. But have a look at the util for Vitality. Potentially a double pump as the flashes come through. Chain flashes, no less, but Olymp's done a great job avoiding enough of them. Mantis will see what else he can do. He has to be careful as he is carrying the bomb. Veggie's looking for him. Info for Vitality. Still a minute on the clock in this 2-on-3. Now Magic is in the clutch and Milky was spotted by Squeaky. Veggie will deliver the goods and Orcs are in the lead once again.
Nice triple kill from Veggie, but as you pointed out, I think that earlier double kill from Olymp was the most important thing. On that A site, you've got to deny them from getting out onto the bomb site quickly. There's also some nice counter utility that time round from Orcs. They had that incendiary towards the hut exit, which meant that Vitality couldn't just storm the bomb site as they did in a previous round. So good work from Orcs, showing us that their nuke is a little more capable than we were expecting. Squeaky slam comes in again, but this time down the vents and no one able to deny.
HS in position, spotted though. Gets nothing for it, but Milky's delivered already. Did Apex spot someone going down? Wow, he is just out here like a sentry. Cuts the numbers. It's a lovely grenade from Milky. I think they know that Secret's been compromised. Or at least they're assuming so. More work for Vitality to do. Spinks with a fadeaway, but a little too early. It will show presence at the very least. And maybe that distraction, maybe not. Never mind. Spinks won't have the angle. That reload will be brutal as well. It is a 10-second defuse! But, oh boy, that's a brutal one. Olympus on the bomb for a while. There's no kit though, and no round for Orcs. Very expensive indeed.
Orcs will hate watching that round back because when Spinks gets the kill in the smoke, he assumes he's killed the diffuser, it looked like. He wasn't going to peek towards the bomb, I don't think. But the player still gets off it, a little concerned, and that means Spinks can line up that final kill. Tough round to take for Orcs there. The 1-on-3 won by Spinks. What a game he started off to having here, 11-4. Could that be a breaking point for Orcs? They've still got to buy, but they've got to stay in this mentally after a rough round loss. That flash is great. Olymp will get the opener. He won't stick around too long.
We were seeing some of that confidence that we heard from Orcs before the match started in this game of Nuke. Now, obviously Mirage was a non-starter in that respect, but Nuke might be a little different for them. We were expecting this to be a write-off, but they've got half the round so far. They feel confident in the way they're playing. Speaking of which, have a look at that aggression. Doesn't matter who is but in front of them. SNX delivering with the MP9, securing the bomb as well. They are 500 HP in this round. Vitality have no answer to them whatsoever. AKs collected as they take the lead for at least the third time.
That's such a great recovery. I was worried that they could have some issues staying in this game mentally after losing the previous round, but for an underdog team to come in and immediately respond with some proactive play, fantastic to see there from Orcs. That flash into ramp worked beautifully. And I guess it also helps when you're shutting down ZywOo. Almost 30 bomb the first map. He's only on 3 kills so far in this one. Pistols in this round for Vitality. They'll try and stop this A site again. SNX doing good work from top hut, but only able to find one. Olymp doesn't get the lineup. It is all action on the A site, and it favors Vitality. Pistols crunching in. The Orcs might still go for this, but the flank onto Milky's position could be brutal.
Oh, he's not shy, is he? It's Apex the one who's running away. This is crazy. Actually winnable by some measures for Orcs, but they don't have defuse kits, and that is a massive problem. Of course, in terms of the HP for Vitality, it's dicey, but on paper, doesn't make sense for Orcs to further risk these weapons. Vitality will tie the score again. Hard to put down. Quite an entertaining game of Nuke so far. 5 for 5. See what the CT side can muster around those weapons. That's not an easy frag to get. Flames flying onto the bomb site. Meslick still delivering. Of course, falling to the Tech 9. Ever dangerous.
Yeah, this was awkward. But just buying enough time was all Vitality needed that. Olymp was the player who came so close to changing the round there. That lineup into Hut, he almost got 2 kills. He did damage to both. Instead, he got none. And that made it so that the round became so much more difficult for Orcs. I feel like that A site could be the weak point. Vitality will look to exploit. Getting in towards the latter stages of this first half then. Apex will lead the charge towards Yard. Smoothed down by Milky. Something that the T's are going to have to be concerned about. Apex is still working round this. This is such a fast push. Thought those players in main could have been flanked if they weren't careful. But they'll be fine for now.
Oh. Always feels nice when you randomly get away with something like that. Apex again creeping, just as we saw in the pistol round. Did wonder if a play like that would come in once the buy rounds were here. But again, high tension, but no frags just yet. Vitality are going to throw bodies at the problem soon enough. Better angle for Spinks. How much of the game is given away? He's just standing there. He's just waiting for the play to be made. Change of pace from Vitality as Apex finds his way into the B bomb site now. Do they have any idea about this? The glass is broken, but HS clearly doesn't. And there are big problems here. Awkward angle for ZywOo and Magis, but they will move together and deal with it. 4-on-2 then, as the bomb will be dropped, and ZywOo hasn't gone down just yet. Milky avoiding the flashbang. Comes awkward for Vitality now. 20 seconds. Oh boy, that is a big frag from ZywOo. Veggie is purely playing to stop the bomb plant. Spinks on the way. Starts rotating, and there's nasty headshots wherever you look. Great run from Vitality. Their turn to lead.
Yeah, and it's so wild for Vitality. The skill they have on this roster, they can take it in turns to carry. Spinks 14-6 now. The game he's having. Apex there was able to sneak down into B. Then we get ZywOo this time trading towards ramp, just hanging around in this position, positioning himself well. For an AWPer, ZywOo's crosshair placement with the rifle was so good, straight at headshot height. And Orcs finally broken in their economy. Should be an easy round for Vitality, as long as there aren't any shenanigans.
So far, so good in that respect. Prompt eco round. Get it out of the way. 7-5 for Vitality, starting to take the flag now and push forward. 4,000 and up roughly for Orcs. Let's see what their buy will look like. I think this is pretty reasonable for them so far, especially considering the first map. If you're joining us late, then see that score for Mirage. The first half was a 15-0, so it doesn't quite tell the story, I feel like. But Nuke is looking much better. There's more work to be done, though.
Competitive. Those vent drops could become a problem. Guard is being fought for, but now they've got to be a little concerned that a flank could come against them. They know or should know that Spinks is down. Question is, do they know? I think they've got their backs turned right now. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no, Spinks! Okay, makes up for it.
A rare miss from Spinks. And indeed, I think a scenario like that tells you the difference between the squads for the time being. Jeez, indeed. That's why they're Vitality.
Spinks gonna get at the half.
Yeah. That's why he's on the team. 19 for 6 is Spinks. Somehow, this is still a 2-on-2. SNX could make it a round-winning situation for them if we can get to Flames in time. Flames and Spinks. Oh, wow. Okay, then. Nothing for free. Bomb spotted. Olymp could be anywhere. 40 seconds. Decide where to go.
Will stay in tandem. And Molly will deny the rotation of Olymp. Wait on the ladder patiently. Besides, dropping down vents is too risky. That reposition to ramp is going to cost so much time. Is there a kit available? Doesn't look like it. So it seems like Olymp will have to give up on this round. Good mid-round from Vitality. I'm not sure if Spinks was at the range where the AK is slightly inaccurate. I know A-long on Dust 2, it used to be that the AK would miss actually a fair amount of the time, even if your crosshair was perfectly on. Either way, Spinks made up for it, so don't need to worry too much.
Made me feel better about my aim, seeing that.
Yeah. Let's see.
I'm not sure if he moved slightly or what.
Left? I don't know, yeah.
Robots. Absolute robots. That's what I'd be saying if I was Orcs right now. Robots! Can they make it to 7 then, Orcs? What will they have to fight with? Not going to be the best scenario for them. Milky's got that AWP, but apart from that, they kind of need to keep their money together for the next round.
Does appear to be a conservative approach for Orcs then, as you would expect. You have Tensky behind them, former pro player, trying to help out with the coaching. Talked earlier and said he thinks they are good individually, but they maybe do need to work on their communication. Makes sense, a few of them transitioning from Polish, speaking English.
Dzień dobry.
He's been having a good game for himself. Gets back on the angle, but not able to connect onto the second man. Either way, man advantage found, but this yard play could be really good for Vitality here.
Presence on the ramp and so much time as well. They are everywhere, Vitality. But where are the CTs? HS with an awkward angle, and that AWP has slipped away. This is turning into a weird round then. 2 unanswered frags for Vitality to deal with. Where is everyone? Look at all these awkward angles being held by Orcs. This spells disaster for Vitality, honestly. Oh, what a peek. This engages as well. It's a nice angle for Olymp. Very nice indeed. Surely he's done enough. 44 seconds. The problem only becomes worse for Flames. Bomb plant pressure is going to be crushing. Surely he's got to find frags up here if he can. 6 rounds for Orcs. Successful one for them. Used what they had available very well indeed.
Flank from Apex was so awkward in from heaven there. Looked like his gun barrel blocked him from seeing this player down below. That made it easy for HS to convert the kill. Credit to Milky though, getting involved in an early fight there. He's had a couple of opening kills now. 3 picks for him. On the CT side is that AWPer. He's been delivering for the team. Squeaky has been an open position for Vitality. Vegas will get out into position again. That just went down in Hut, and Vegas will continue to move on in, and the anti-flash from Olymp goes against him. SNX has to try and anchor this bomb site. The smoke to his left will help him. He's focused on the right side, but Spinks wins the duel. That might put this round to bed.
Wow.
Great shot from Milky, but how much more can he do here?
That is not an easy frag to deliver. Next one may become even more difficult, as Vitality know exactly where he is. The elevation as well. He's got to go for it. It is the last round and a half. Don't fancy his chances, though, of how oppressive these angles are. And it's Zyro, of course, to deliver the last one. 6 rounds for Orcs at halftime. Have they done enough? Find out after the break.
I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a rollie. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my carton. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faith just couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's plan like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Gon' see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all y'all together like pork stew. I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, by the still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know the key word. He
coming with the beef for the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the gold, you can only take it home. Where I'm from, it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone.
Second half is upon us. Orcs leave the CT side with 6 of 15 rounds. The pistol may be crucial for them in the second half. It was a great start to the first one. But imagine that this one might be needed as well. So let's see what they have to offer, the Vitality boys. So we may have a lot of people coming his way, which is probably bad for Orcs.
That's not his best map so far, though. Maybe they can run him down.
So we win a pistol round.
That is true. The bomb go down the vent.
Oh,
they're
boy.
trying, but they're being denied.
Apex ready and waiting. Milky didn't expect him to be that deep into the corner. Cowboy action on the B-bomb site. What now, Orcs? What now? Oh, he saw a leg. And he is going to disengage. He's going to reset the situation. He's going to mix things up. Oh, good night. Masterful from Vitality. So he's like a magnet for the opposing force on the pistol. And that's not good for the opposing force.
I love the headshot height here. Just lines it up as they come out through Squeaky. And Apex ready down below. His teammates able to come in to help him. Spinks for the final kill. All very clean for Vitality. Maybe a map that felt like it could be a little close earlier on, but with that pistol round win, I think Vitality are in great shape here. Seeing a few more MP7s nowadays. Giska's got one in this round. It's a little more expensive, but I personally like it. I feel like it's just easier to control than the other SMGs. Probably because I'm bad, but you know. It's got a nice skin for it as well, does Magisk.
Looks like you need to put 3D glasses on to see that one properly. Numbers game. Simple and yet effective. More work to be done, though. Sesinex hops his way down towards B. Could be a bomb plant in this for the squad, but Flames might have something to say about that with the French gun. Creates some space for himself and puts Orcs in a stalemate. Thinks won't go too far forward as they could rotate back in his direction. Only Veggie has Kevlar. The rest are very squishy indeed. Just waiting things out for the time being. Very patient Orcs. Flames continues to keep an eye, but again, they could still rotate. Spinks, though, thinks maybe they can't. Can he get there fast enough to help his teammate? The answer is yes. 4 will stand. Just about. Flames down to 2 HP. Did everything he needed to do. 11-6 in favor of Vitality.
I'm pretty sure Flames got dinked twice there, down on that lower site, but those Glocks are just so bad. When you're at a little bit of range, you're only going to do 40-something damage. So the second dink, not enough to finish the job. You always get a little scared when you get dinked, but then you realize it's a Glock, you're still above half health, you're fine. The sound isn't that scary. It's the Glocks against you. Let's see what Orcs have in their playbook for their T side then. It's a fairly new team, might not be easy on Nuke. Did not play too much of it. Damage onto SNX. The fight will come to him, but he's not ready for the fight. Wasn't even looking at Spinks, who is just getting active wherever the hell he can. 25 kills now for Spinks. I mean, literally all his teammates have a negative KD. Hard carry from Spinks.
Milky with most of the util remaining for Orcs. The AKs will have to be can openers here. Spoken about Zywoo's headshot game. We'll see what it's like with the Scout in round 18. Towards Magis they go. Olim delivers what needs to be and creates some space for the squad. "40 seconds on the clock. Rifle support for Zywoo and his Scout. Bomb holding on ramp for now. It seems A will be the answer. Apex hopping up very, very quickly indeed. 25 seconds. That's great timing for Flames to dispatch the rest of Olim. HS may be seen in the hut, but there's a chance, or is there? Zywoo is here with the Deagle. Veggie in a 1 versus 3. Death by paper cuts in round 18, it seems like. Rough one then. Half the score of Vitality is where Orcs are. Very dry round there for them. Again, the money's not spectacular for Vitality just yet. It is early in this half, of course. So Orcs need to try and keep their damage up, even if they are to lose the next round.
Got to remember as well, at one point this was a 5-5 scoreline, so the game felt a little closer at the start, but as it's gone on, Vitality have again shown their class, shown their dominance. This one, it is the pistols out from Orcs. Don't mind a couple of Tech 9s, trying to swarm an opponent. That was a good shout. Aegis was dealt with at ramp in the earlier round. This time, he's not playing as committed of a position. Playing an angle there where if he spots a player, he can quickly drop back down ramp if required. Might see his angle tested here. Jump around the corner. 1 kill. Megas happy to pull away with that. Apex decides the fight is not necessary. Olim still tries to run him down. Apex is in trouble here. Pistol out, nowhere to go. Flames can't help out from above, so rifle recovered. Sure how much more will come of this, though.
Where do you go from here? Vintage pistol strats hopping in backwards. I wonder if that will continue in CS2 as well, or if that will be somewhat different. Trying to give the worst part of the hitbox on the head. Vitality are simply waiting for the mouse to walk into the trap. In they go. Not done with this round just yet, though. 18 seconds, and HS has a chance for a bomb plant and a potential clutch. I was going to say HS must die, but not necessarily now he's planted the bomb. He will, though. Bonus money secured for the squad. 13 rounds of Vitality. 3 away from a strong 2-0. But even if that is to happen, we're seeing something from Orcs in this second game. That wasn't necessarily true on Mirage, but it certainly is on Nuke.
Yeah, it's been better from a couple of their individuals. Some signs of promise, which is always important going forward. Here at Pro League, they will have a couple more opportunities to show us what they're capable of. Gotta remember, the loser of this game goes up against the loser of Astralis Nip, though. So if Orcs do go on to lose, which looks very likely, that is still a fairly tough game to get. It will be easier than Vitality, though. Start out with the hardest test and go from there. Rifles back out for Orcs. Love to see if they've got those yard smokes in their playbook, if they can have a round where they maybe try and force a response, a rotation from Vitality. now they're all stacked into lobby though. So maybe they've got different ideas here.
Whoops. Airstrike.
Interesting. Try it. Yeah, we've got that up in the hands of Magisk for ramp rather than in the hands of Zywoo. So nice that Zywoo can just flex with the M4 as well. 55 seconds. Orcs have done very little in this round. I think they need to start forcing some sort of response here from Vitality. The yard smokes will be the way they try and do it.
Oh.
Looks like there is a gap though.
There is quite the gap. Zywoo's just studying the opponent, basically. On a research project. Quite getting any kills from it just yet, but this is looking like it might have a messy finish at some point. Zywoo's finally been dealt with, but what next? 20 seconds as they are racing towards the bomb site. That's one way to do it. Rari peeks from Veggie. Oh dear, they are running into the meat grinder of Spinks, and now we're in a 2v2. 9 seconds to get this bomb planted, and that might just be okay. Magic's on the rotation, Apex towards the ladder. What comes next in this one? Milky holding down multiple jobs. Magic's posting up, Apex wondering where the T's have gone. Milky's got 2 HP. This is not going to be easy. The CTs don't have a kit, though. That grenade's gone the wrong way, and Apex will be quick enough. 14 rounds for Vitality.
Another incredible play from Spinks. This guy's got so many multi-kills on this map. That is now 11 multi-kills for him. 6 opening frags for Spinks. Stats are fantastic here. And for Orcs, it was 20 seconds left and the bomb was still back at yards. That almost forced them into this A play, which nearly worked because they had players coming up the vents, crushing in from main at the same time. Spinks just does so much work that it actually comes into a 2-on-2. That was a position that was good enough for Vitality. It's been a flawless CT side from them. And they will hope that continues here.
For the combo. Minute 30 as Orcs are going back to those bursts. Just dry into the B-bomb site with no warning, and it has the expected result. Perhaps trying to find a timing to catch somebody with a grenade or something. As it was a Mirage, Olymp will be the last man standing. Last man to fall. Match point for Vitality, many of them.
Apex's rotation timing there on point, being that glue guy for the team. Ends up getting a quad kill on the round. Worked very nicely. I think they were a few softened up players as well, so ended up being a pretty comfortable cleanup. Still so impressed by Spinks. He's got more multi-kills than all his teammates put together. Great signs from him. This was the damage of the Flamezar that committed to the spray. Means that Apex can come in. And that angle is beautiful. A great shot from Olymp. It just didn't mean anything because the round was so far gone already. Orcs not showing us the depth in playbook here, sadly. Looks like Vitality will run away with this at the end. Apex with a little smile on his face. Thought about the yard play. Focuses on Squeaky instead.
He just finds his way in, and Spinks shows him the way out. Olymp over the smoke will keep the numbers good for Orcs as some make their way down, including Milky and the bomb. One left holding that rotation for the CTs. Milky will drop the bomb to his teammate and holds a secret rotation as well. So maybe Orcs aren't done with this series just yet. Got some good angles. They show some promise, but Veggie's holding down too many angles on this occasion. 3-on-3 as Apex is just standing in the open on that reload. Remaining in a 2v2 then. Where is that second player? That is the question. It was the one who was holding that rotation earlier on SNX, and Zawu's looking for him. Zawu's found him. Milky in the clutch then. 1 versus 2. Zawu shows the presence. Man just shows his face. 1v1. Zawu's got the kit. He's got the health as well, but he's got to find Milky quickly, and he'll do exactly that. 16-6. Vitality 2-0 Orcs.
Good start for Vitality. They will take 2 convincing map wins, about what they would expect. You still have to show up to the server. You still got to show what you can do. And Spinks with a stunning 30 bomb to convert that second map there. He gets some love from Coach Zonic, very much deservedly so. Strong start for Vitality, and one they will be happy with here at Pro League.
Yeah, for sure. A good draw for them. Certainly so. And I think that's a good match for Orcs as well, because it shows them how high the mountain is, how far there is to go. Obviously a new team, they've got good synergy together, they're happy to play with each other, but it shows that the puck strats will only get you so far, as evidenced by that dry surge into the A bomb site, or attempt to anyway, late on in that half. So again, I think it's a good reminder just to show where you are at the moment, how far you've got to go, especially. So a big lesson to be learned there from Orcs. But again, it's just too early in their journey to be competitive versus the likes of Vitality, and that's absolutely fine. That's the way the match should go. Again, with everything that we see on paper, the Vitality should win it with little trouble, and I think that's exactly what happened. So nothing else we can take away from that. No underperformance, really. Yeah, I don't know what else there is to say, really. Like, it's kind of as it should be. A new team versus the #1 ranked team, and that is the way it should go, which is good. That's what you want to see. It's how it needs to be.
Absolutely. Definitely what we were expecting. Definitely what we got. I think for Orcs, I mean, I liked what we saw from Milky at moments when he got the chance to get that AWP out on CT side. I thought Veggie had a couple of good rounds as well. So there is a little bit of promise there in the individuals at times, which is nice to see. The problem is the difference between the top level Counter-Strike teams. It means even if you've got good individuals, that's, you know, almost not even half the battle at this level of CS. There's a lot of raw skilled players out there coming together as a 5, having that cohesion, having overall ideas as to how to play out rounds is normally more important. And for Orcs, obviously, as you said, early in their journey, and also I'm sure that map pool will improve over time. Maybe didn't have too much time to prepare for Nuke, which was pretty one-sided here for Vitality towards the end.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think it's just early in the journey, really, and there's plenty more journey to come. So we'll see if they can get results versus some other teams in Pro League, but Vitality were not the ones. I think if you played this out 10 times, it'd probably have the same result every time, and that's, again, the way it should be when you're against the #1 ranked team. So yeah, there's a lot of work for Orcs to do along their journey to grow, and I'm interested to see what they can do versus the other teams that they will be playing. So again, I like the confidence they had going into this. I don't think they'll be too shaken to lose in that fashion versus Vitality, but hopefully they can get some more depth for the squad as they continue to develop over time, really.
Yeah, that's got to be the main aim, and obviously I would say a good sign that they have decided to get a coach as well. Even that just shows they're taking this seriously, even if it's still early on, even if they sort of came together as a bit of a mix and a couple of Polish players that have played together or in the scene, and HS obviously coming in as the one Estonian. I think it's nice signs, because Polish CS, it is definitely getting there. I mean, we've seen it from 9 recently, and I think for these players, it's hopefully just a chance to almost showcase what they're capable of, because if there is a shuffle at some point, you know, you want to be in contention to get on a team like 9. Maybe you could be the final piece that really gets that team shining. Or who knows, maybe these players can themselves just step up and really show us they actually can be a top team. So, you know, long term, I think there's a lot of possibilities, and I think it's just a good sign sort of seeing Polish Counter-Strike get a little more back on the map, because there was a long time period we wouldn't really see any Polish teams at these sorts of events, and I'm glad they're getting back into it.
For sure. Now, Orcs are going to be playing the loser of Astralis or NIP. So it doesn't get too much easier for them, I don't feel like. But again, I think the experience is going to be potentially more valuable, depending on how it goes. I think, you know, Mirage was quite a smash. And again, I think they're at the stage where they're just going to be establishing strats and so on. So I don't know how much they can take away from that game versus Vitality, apart from just looking at what Vitality were doing and how they were responding.
Oh. Yeah, I don't hear James anymore. I don't know about. I don't think other people do either. I'm assuming. It was a good point you were making as well, James. It's a shame. Oh, it's frozen as well now. This is great. I'm enjoying this. You know what? This is fully just like the boomer versus the zoomer trying to figure out tech stuff. There we go. Is James back? See him at least. That's a good sign. Oh, this is actually so entertaining to watch. I wonder if you can hear me still. Hey James, if you're not a cool guy, you need to speak right now, or you're just not cool. Oh, we got him, guys. We got him. Oh no, I don't hear anything. What can I say? I don't hear anything. He's just moving his lips, but he's not actually talking. Oh dear. I'm having great fun.
Okay, I'm heard on the broadcast.
Well, either way, listen, great win for Vitality.
Amazing stuff. All right, Hawker, talk. You can take control, and I'll try and fix my setup because I have no idea what you're saying.
I don't know if I can predict what he's saying. I think for Vitality, good win, and for Orcs, as we were saying, just a learning process for them. Got to remember, they won the European qualifier to get here. It's not just a Polish qualifier for them, so I'm sure they can be very happy about that.
All right.
Apparently, we have the interview with Flames ready. James, is your mic fixed?
Everything's fixed now. I
don't hear you.
You don't hear me? God, all right.
But I think the people do.
All right. Hold on a second. I can fix this. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. There we go.
All right. If I don't move my body, I won't break anything else. All right. Let's get Flames on the line then. He is ready for the interview. Mr. Flames. Last time I saw you, we had the briefest conversation, which I think was hello. I didn't really get to say, I don't know what I was doing. But anyway, did you try that honey I gave you?
Yeah, of course. In Paris, I tried it.
Oh, nice. Good stuff. I feel like it was kind of funny that you ended up on a team with bees after I gave you a jar of honey. Basically, I'm taking responsibility for your career here on. Now, I don't know how much we can really, ask you about that match. Apart from, I guess there's been some teams who've been very high ranked, right? And they have sometimes struggled with the kind of unknown element, the unpredictable squad. Orcs seem to be quite a puggy team, and you guys dealt with it very handily. I think Mirage was a great example of that. Is that something that you guys found too tricky to deal with, or was that just a quite comfortable win on Mirage for you guys?
No, I don't think it was comfortable win. Obviously, on T side, it wasn't so easy. I think they shot really well on City side, and they did some good plays, and we fucked up a little bit. But all over I think we had a good game plan coming into Mirage City, and we just knew what we were gonna do, and we stick with it, and it worked.
Now, looking at a team like that, they're quite young, obviously, and I think they're just at the stage where they haven't had the time to kind of build their strats out and have depth in what they want to do and so on. If you were in their shoes with the experience you have, is there what would you be trying to do with your team in terms of just general growth and development at an early stage?
I mean, I think when you're like tier 2, tier 3, the best thing is to just play as much as you can, try to get into the tier 1 circuit like they did with Pro League, maybe get another event, qualify to let's say IM Sydney and sort of these kind of events. And I think they have a good chance because they're a good team and a lot of people fear them in the other scene. So I think that's the main thing, just grind, play, keep going, playing officials every day, learn from it, and I don't think much could go wrong.
I wanted to ask, what's your preparation like for the group stages at Pro League? Because obviously you guys probably expecting to make playoffs, and you would have a few weeks between the groups and playoffs. So, how much time do you put into this stage of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, every game for us, we do the same preparation. It doesn't matter if we play against Orcs or Heroic. It's we try to keep it the same in our brain. And other than that, we just it doesn't matter that it's group stage of Pro League. We try to do our best every game we can.
Good to hear. And I think you guys probably have one of the best map pools out there right now. Is there something specific you guys do? Because it feels like not many teams can be that good on that many maps, and somehow maybe you guys are doing something different in practice, but you guys have got a really strong map pool.
Nah, I mean, I think we have good players, and we have good understanding of some of the maps more and some of the maps less. But overall, I think we just have good synergy and good communication. That's what makes it good. I think the mainly is the communication.
I have a question, actually, maybe useful for the people at home. So before you guys start a day's matches, what kind of warm-up routine do you guys have, or do other guys on the team have? Either popping heads on a server offline with bots or whatever, or even beforehand, physically warming up. What kind of routine do you guys have?
I mean, it depends on the time of the game, but usually it's just try to be warmed up in CS:GO, have some fun with each other in the early stage of the day, and then we're good.
Awesome stuff. All right then. Well, it's a pretty standard 2-0 for you guys, so I'll let you go. Good luck in the rest of the tournament and enjoy Malta.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah, pretty straightforward affair for Vitality today. So again, the greatest challenges are to come for them in ESL Pro League here there in Malta. And for Orcs, again, some of their results are a little inconsistent, which is normal for a team at the stage they're at the moment. But they can get Ws. As Flame said, they are feared by a lot of teams. So I wouldn't write them off for the rest of the tournament. We can have a look at the bracket and see how things are looking. Rest of the league, rather. All right, then. This is how things began this morning in the upper bracket before all the matches were done. And after all these matches have come through, Vitality await the winner of Astralis and Ninjas in Pyjamas, which is currently 1-0 to NIP. But what do you think of the Movistar versus Furia results?
Yeah, it has not been good recently for Furia, and I mean, Keserato maybe wasn't playing that well in some of the prior events. In this matchup, he actually played incredibly, and they still lost 2-0. It is weird because I've always noticed Movistar Riders are the sort of team that just seem to do way better when they come to LAN. I think it's something in the Spanish hype that they have when they're all together in person. But it's still tough for Furia. I know it's still early in this project, but that has got to be a little concerning. Maybe they'll warm up as the group goes on, but definitely not the result you'd expect. And if NIP can convert that against Astralis, we could have a couple of upsets today.
The mid-bracket looks like this. Orcs wait to see the loser of NIP and Astralis. And again, while they got smashed by Vitality, don't count them out for these other matches, because I think it's going to be a journey of discovery for all of us watching to see what happens there. So let's see who joins them later on. Tune in to the A stream to see who will be joining them in that lower bracket, and also, of course, who will be playing Vitality as well. It's been an interesting day. We've seen many crazy things. I think this Stream B has been quite bizarre from the beginning to the second match as well. It's been quite interesting, and we've seen things which I can say I've never seen before, especially that match points round that we saw in the first one. So it's been quite a journey in this first day, and there are plenty more days to come. Hawker, what are your takeaways from what we've seen today?
Yeah, great to see Vitality doing so well. I think overall, Orcs, I agree with you, have some promise. Even Flame said there, he thought that they were kind of shooting quite well on CT side of that first map. So maybe they do have the ability to do something going forwards. And then elsewhere, I mean, Gamer Legion actually definitely sleepers to do some damage in this group. I still think people were maybe underappreciating them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to do well.
Yes, indeed. Again, plenty more Counter-Strike to come on Stream A and Stream B. That's going to be it from the Rats Map behind me and from Hawker as well for today. We'll be back tomorrow with another best of threes. Make sure you're following all the channels, and we will see you when the sun rises once again.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all you've been through. You might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I'm still burning slow. Though stick it out now, is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Cut my brain, struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
And you know he be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Mad as savage in me back and I'm back in it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Mom kept asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mum and grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made though. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Let's come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud. Get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crep, same fucks, fake squad, say lots, but flop. Ain't what I'm on, aim up. Don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song. And the vibe is right. The mic will let me onto the signs. I light about it. Spit the strong in the line. Pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllable spinner, don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked handy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with a fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste.